Chapter 154. Immediately after, the 5 heads shot forward at the same time. A thick layer of purple light rippled out and met the dark red light. A strange scene appeared. When the dark red light encountered the purple aura, it melted like snow meeting magma. It couldn't even get past Hauyue, let alone rush into the cave to save Andamari. Not only that, the purple aura from Haoyue's body flowed into the interior of the cave. Long Haochen felt refreshed. When the purple aura landed on Andamari's protective barrier, the powerful defense that Long Haochen and the other 2 couldn't break was instantly melted. Snake Demon God Andamari was stunned. This is impossible. He couldn't believe this was the truth. But the truth is right in front of us. Sliding step, cross slash. Long Haochen naturally wouldn't give him a chance to catch his breath. Although he didn't know what Haoyue had done, breaking through Andamari's defense was undoubtedly the best opportunity for them. Andamari almost subconsciously blocked Long Haochen's attack. A layer of pitch-black spiritual energy formed an armor-like defense around his body. The big tail behind him also rose up, blocking the attacks from the 10th Holy Guard and Yuting behind him. However, he was only able to defend now. A cold smile appeared in Long Haochen's eyes. Block? Even if you block, I won't give you a chance. Because he didn't know the situation outside. In Long Haochen's mind, Haoyue and the 2 Holy Guards were under great pressure. Therefore, he couldn't delay any longer. A red light flashed, and then a sharp blade left a wound on Andamari's body. The 12th Holy Guard made his move. Long Haochen had learned all of his fighting techniques from him, so now was the best time to beat the dog while it was down. With the 12th Holy Guard taking over Long Haochen's position, he could free up his hands to release his companions. With a flash of golden light, 4 figures appeared beside Long Haochen. Sima Xian, Lin Xian, Wang Yuanyuan, and Han Yu appeared beside Long Haochen at the same time. As soon as they appeared, there was no need for Long Haochen to say anything. According to the original plan, they immediately released their spiritual power. Long Haochen said to Lin Xian, "Go outside and use the scrolls to help Haoyue and the others. Everyone else, follow me and attack with all your might." The cave with a diameter of 3 meters wasn't big enough for Andamari, but it was enough for Long Haochen and the others. At this time, they didn't need any other techniques. What they needed to do was to use their strongest strength to kill the enemy in front of them. Long Haochen didn't move, but retracted his ripple of light. He held the aria of the Goddess of Light with both hands, and a layer of golden mist immediately rose from his body. Ready! The other 3 rushed out together. Sima Xian's Vigor Ball of Light, Wang Yuanyuan's Divine Shield, and Han Yu's Berserk Blood all released their strongest abilities. With Sima Xian in the middle, Wang Yuanyuan and Han Yu on the left and right, they attacked Snake Demon God Andamari with all their strength. At this moment, there was no need to mention how depressed Andromalius was. He wasn't just depressed, but also aggrieved. If he was at his peak, he wouldn't be afraid of these humans. No matter how stupid he was, he understood that he had encountered a group of human monster hunters. Moreover, it was a demon hunt squad with only a single powerhouse of the 7th step and the rest of the 6th step. But it was this group of monster hunters that posed a fatal threat to him. How could the attacks of 3 pieces of legendary equipment be so easily blocked? Especially Sima Xian's Vigor Ball of Light. In a state of full firepower, Sima Xian directly entered Berserk mode and ate a bloodthirst pill given by Lin Xian. The spiritual stove of purple godly thunder was fully activated. This was an attack that didn't care about the cost. In this state, even if Long Haochen were to face Sima Xian head-on, he would only be able to dodge. His powerful weapons and overbearing attacks had completely made up for his lack of spiritual energy. Of course, he couldn't maintain this state for too long. But Andamari couldn't hold on any longer. Boom crushing, absorption, triple explosion, and the spiritual stove of purple godly thunder. when the ball of light vigor collided with Andromalius's huge body for the first time. It gave Andromalius a great show of strength. The cave was only 3 meters in diameter. Although moving in a straight line was easy for Andamari, there was no space for him to move. Under such circumstances, he could only block it. The vigor ball of light with a diameter of 1 meter hit his crossed arms. Instantly, Andamari's body was covered with fine purple lightning, and his huge body spasmed uncontrollably. Naturally, his defense was slowed down. What was more frightening was that his arms were actually charred black, and a large part of his defensive spiritual energy was torn apart. Everyone present was a powerhouse who was good at seizing opportunities. So who would let go of such a good opportunity? Hence, the attacks of Holy Guard No. 10, No. 12, Yiting, Hanyu, and Wang Yuanyuan landed on Andamari's body one after another. Everyone's attacks left deep marks on him. The most cunning one was Holy Guard No. 10. The place he attacked was where Andamari's original wound was. It could be said that it made him even more injured. At this moment, one could already see the bones that were shattered by the jungle Boa King. Holy Guard No. 10 helped him to eviscerate his bones. Many broken bones and muscles were cut out, and the pain was too great for Andamari. No. 12 Holy Guard No. 10 was much more open. He slashed at Andamari's waist, and at least half of his huge bone blade was buried in Andamari's waist. Wang Yuanyuan's divine soul shield was directly embedded in Andamari's shoulder, and Han Yu's berserk blood had entered the berserk stage, and deep sword marks were left on Andamari's body. Yiting, on the other hand, gave Andromalius a healing ability, Great Recovery. This thing was a great supplement to Long Haochin, but to Andamari, who had the dark attribute, was like pouring a bucket of ice water on boiling oil. Andamari's current appearance was too tragic, but even so, his tenacious life force and fighting spirit did not give up. He roared at the sky, and a dark red flame suddenly burned fiercely on his forehead. His huge body struggled with all its might and forcefully pushed everyone to the side. At this moment, the intense dark red flame started burning all over his body. Everyone was shocked to see that the wounds on Andamari's body were actually healing at an astonishing speed. Moreover, his aura was also rising, and his power seemed to be recovering to its previous peak state. How was this possible? He had suffered such a serious injury. How could he recover so quickly? Everyone felt disheartened amidst their shock. If Andamari recovered to his peak state, they would probably be the ones running away. However, at this moment, there was still one person who maintained his calm, and that was Long Haochin. "Don't panic, it's the Sky Demon disintegration art," Long Haochin shouted. He did not change his stance while he was accumulating power. He only stared at the snake demon god, whose aura was rising rapidly. That's right, Andamari's injuries were so serious, and he was not next to the demon god pillar. So how could he recover so quickly? There was only one answer, and that was that he used an unusual method. The Sky Demon disintegration art was extremely overbearing, and even if it was used by a demon god, it would have the most serious side effects. With the current state of Andamari's body, using the Sky Demon disintegration art was equivalent to losing half his life. But he had no other choice. This was his last chance of survival. However, the worse his body condition was, the shorter the Sky Demon disintegration art could be maintained. After receiving Long Haochin's reminder, everyone immediately gathered around him. After working together for so long, they naturally had a good understanding of each other. As long as they prevented Andamari from rushing out, the Sky Demon disintegration art itself could make him collapse. Because of the power of the Saint spiritual stove, the others did not need to think about anything else, and only needed to attack with all their strength. Holy Guard 10 and 12 retreated to either side of Long Haochin, and Yiting also turned into a stream of light and merged into the aria of the Goddess of Light. At this moment, a thick layer of dark golden flames rose on Long Haochin's body. Different from before, the dark golden flames only appeared on the aria of the Goddess of Light, but this time it appeared on Long Houchen's entire body. Through accumulating power, Long Houchen burned his own spiritual power to the extreme. This was the flame of a god's chosen one. Outside the cave, the dusky swamp suddenly brightened. The illusory figure of the goddess of light quietly descended from the sky, illuminating the surroundings. Under the effect of the goddess of light's aura, large swamps of poisonous fog dispersed and also illuminated the messy swamp. Less than 10% of the snake demons were still alive. Hao Yue, Holy Guard 9, 11, and Lin Xian Scroll, who joined later, practically slaughtered the remaining hundreds of snake demons. These snake demons had already consumed a lot of energy fighting the anacondas. So how could they withstand the baptism of so many powerful spells? Inside the cave, a series of explosions resounded. Wang Yuan's Sky Splitter Cannon, Sima Xian's Spiritual Stove of Purple Godly Thunder, and Han Yu's Holy Sword version of Azura Chop all bombarded Snake, Demon God, and Amari's body. Although they were all bounced back without exception, and Amari's rising momentum had already been exhausted. At this moment, a huge skull of blue flames descended and fiercely bombarded Andamari's chest, causing him to stagnate just as he was about to rush out. The ordinary snake demons outside were no longer a threat, so Lin Xian threw out a few scrolls and returned to support his companions. At this moment, Andamari looked incomparably ferocious. His entire body was bulging with thick veins, and his dark red blood made it impossible to tell his original appearance. However, his momentum was still extremely powerful. He had regained the bearing of a peak rank 8. His palms were covered in thick scales, and his hands were crossed. He had just blocked Lin Xian's fire spell attack, and his palms were scorched black. The terrifying temperature of the Heart of Flame had caused quite a bit of damage. Roar, roar, roar. Andamari roared like a demon beast and madly rushed towards the entrance of the cave. Terrifying dark spiritual energy gathered in front of him to form a huge ball of light, which smashed straight towards Long Houchen. The air in the entire cave seemed to be distorted by this shining dark red ball of light. The strong feeling of suffocation caused everyone who was preparing to attack to stagnate. Stepping forward with his left foot, Long Houchen's forehead suddenly lit up. 9 purplish gold light patterns shone brilliantly, and divine lightning shot out of his eyes. The dark golden flames rising from his body suddenly became bright gold, blossoming with incomparable, dazzling brilliance. Even his companions couldn't help but close their eyes at this moment. The aria of the Goddess of Light let out an incomparably loud hum, and then could clearly be seen that Long Houchen's aria of the Goddess of Light slightly shook, and a layer of transparent material fell off the blade without a sound. Then, an extremely sharp aura that caused the entire cave to tremble flashed and disappeared. The gold and dark red disappeared almost at the same time, and the aria of the Goddess of Light in Long Houchen's hand also disappeared at that moment. At this moment, his face was a little pale, and his body was stagnant, but his eyes were so stubborn and sharp. Opposite him, Snake Demon God Andamari still maintained a charging posture, and even the huge dark red ball of light was still in front of him. However, everything seemed to have come to a standstill in time and space. What's going on? No one knew what happened, because when the powerful golden light shone, they all subconsciously closed their eyes and didn't see what happened. The illusion of the Goddess of Light outside the cave had also disappeared. Hao Yue's 5 large heads were still raised high, and he was even a little dazed as if he felt something. Poof! The dark red ball of light suddenly collapsed without any warning, and there wasn't even any aftermath of the energy explosion. It was like a tomato that was cut open, and only a sticky juice flowed out before disappearing into the air. Immediately after, Sima Xian, Wang Yuan, Han Yu, and Lin Xian couldn't help but widen their eyes, because they clearly saw that on Snake Demon God Andamari's body, a golden light mark gradually appeared from the top of his head to the bottom of his body. and his huge body finally began to tremble. The light mark became brighter and brighter, and Andamari's body trembled more and more violently. Finally, when countless golden lights burst out from his body, the powerful snake demon god finally collapsed completely. The powerful demonic snake god finally collapsed. Its corpse turned into a large number of pieces and fell to the ground. Dark red blood dyed everything around it red. Long Houchin's body also swayed slightly, and Hanyu hurriedly supported his arm from the side. The two holy guards, who didn't have time to attack at all, felt an intense fear from the flickering flames in their eye sockets, because they didn't close their eyes because they couldn't do it at all. Therefore, among the powerhouses present, only they saw what Long Houchin did. Chapter 155. Cut in half. For words were enough to explain the situation. Snake demon god Andamari, who had recovered to his peak with the help of the sky demon disintegration technique, was cut in half by Long Houchin's aria of the goddess of light. Neither his attack nor his body could withstand the powerful attack of the aria of the goddess of light. Instant kill. Yes, Long Houchin killed his opponent in a second. But how did he do it? How did he suddenly become so powerful? Only Long Houchin himself knew exactly what he had done. At this moment, his thoughts couldn't help but return to the time when he sent back the sword intent of the aria of the goddess of light at the warrior temple. The master of the warrior temple, the god of war Chiao Yonghao, talked to him alone for a while and told him a secret. This secret had always been buried in Long Houchin's heart. At that time, Chiao Yonghao told him that the aria of the goddess of light had a secret. There was a powerful seal on it, which was placed by the sword god of light Yi Wushang before he passed away in order to conceal the true power of the aria of the goddess of light, to avoid accidentally hurting future generations. At the same time, Chiao Yonghao also told him that if he wanted to remove this seal and use the power of the aria of the goddess of light, then his cultivation would need to be at least at the 8th rank. If he used it in an overdraft mode, coupled with the Ready Force skill, he could barely try to reach the 7th rank. After that, Chiao Yonghao taught the method of removing the seal to Long Houchin. It could be said that as a former attendant of the sword god of light Yi Wushang, Chiao Yonghao was the only person on the continent who knew this method. It was Long Houchin's sincerity in sending back the sword intent that moved him, and he finally told him the secret, because he also wanted to see the birth of a new generation of sword god of light, to be able to inherit Yi Wushang's legacy. Just now, after Long Houchin raised his spiritual power to the extreme with the help of Ready Force, he finally removed the seal of the aria of the goddess of light for the first time, and displayed the power of this divine sword for the first time. The snake demon god Andamari became the sword's first sacrifice. The reason Long Houchin did this was simple. He didn't want to give Andamari any chance to retaliate. The Anaconda King had taught him a lesson. Hence, he used his most powerful attack to completely destroy the snake demon god, destroying both his soul and life force. He was annihilated by the divine light sword. A ball of dark red light suddenly surged out from Andamari's corpse and quickly flew out. The appearance of this ball of light was too sudden. Moreover, it was so fast that it even surpassed the flying speed of the 10th Holy Guard. Vaguely, one could see that it was a crown, a dark red crown. There was even dark red blood dripping from the crown. Long Houchin and the others had once killed the demon god's heir and obtained a crown of inheritance. The aura of the demon emperor's crown was much stronger than the crown of inheritance. Obviously, it wanted to escape and rendezvous with Andamari's demon god pillar. As long as the demon god pillar was still there, it wouldn't take many years for a new snake demon god to descend and lead the demon snakes. Long Houchin didn't have time to stop it. The others, including the 2 holy guards, were all shocked by Long Houchin's shocking sword. By the time they reacted, the dark red crown had already swept past them. Yu Ting had entered a weakened state because she helped Long Houchin display the true power of the aria of the goddess of light. Even the saint's spiritual stove's guiding ability couldn't be used. Long Houchin was shocked, but found that he couldn't stop it. However, at this time, a bloody mouth suddenly appeared in the path of the dark red crown. The demon emperor's crown flew too fast, to the point that it didn't even have the chance to dodge. It was directly swallowed by that big mouth. A faint golden light lit up. Everyone was shocked to see that the one who swallowed the demon emperor's crown was Little Light, one of Hao Yue's 5 big heads. Light flashed in Little Light's golden eyes. Indistinctly, a layer of purple rippled on his body again. Everyone only felt that the spiritual energy, fluctuations on his body, suddenly distorted for a moment before returning to normal, as if nothing had happened. Lin Xian's reaction was the fastest. Not only did he have brother medicine, he was also a miser. He ran over almost immediately and asked Hao Yue, "My dear Hao Yue, can you still spit it out?" Little Light unhappily glared at him and proudly shook his head. His meaning seemed to be saying, "You want me to spit out what I've eaten? You're simply daydreaming. Don't be like this, my dear Hao Yue. That's the Demon Emperor's crown we're talking about. If we can bring it back to the Alliance, it'll be enough for all of us to change into legendary equipment. Even 1 or 2 epic-grade equipment won't be impossible. How can you swallow it alone?" Little Light acted as if he didn't see Lin Xian's pained expression and directly turned his head away. At this time, Holy Guard number 9 and number 11 also gathered outside. Wang Yuanyuan giggled and said, "All right, I have brother medicine. Don't be so greedy, all right? It's better to be eaten by Hao Yue than to run away. I simply can't believe this is true. We actually killed a demon god. This is simply too unbelievable." That's right. She wasn't the only one who felt it was unbelievable. Even Long Houchin himself, who had launched the final attack, felt as if he was in a dream. They had really succeeded. They had successfully killed the snake demon god Andamari. Even though it was only the last of the 72 demon god pillar, it still brought them as many as 500,000 merit points. If they were able to hunt down any of the demon god pillars, they would be able to obtain at least 1,000,000 merit points as a reward. Golden light shone from Long Houchin's chest. Channing, and Kai were finally summoned. However, the 2 of them didn't look too good. "What's wrong with you 2? Channing stared dumbfoundedly at Hanyu, who was supporting Long Houchin, while Kai was pouting, looking dissatisfied. The others had been summoned away by Long Houchin for a long time. Obviously, they had been thrown into battle, but they were only summoned now. Long Houchin forced a smile and said, "It's nothing. I'm just a little weak. I'll be fine after a short rest." A golden light shot out from Light's mouth and enveloped Long Houchin's body, using his own spiritual power to help Long Houchin recover. After Hao Yue evolved to have 5 heads, his assistance to Long Houchin was no longer limited to spiritual power. He could even help him recover his vitality and overdraft potential. Therefore, after receiving Light's help, Long Houchin's complexion immediately became much better. Chen Ying, and Kai were dumbfounded by the large number of snake demon corpses in the distance. Chen Ying said doubtfully, "Don't tell me that the battle is already over? Heavens, are those the demon god pillars? Where's the snake demon god Andamari? Did he run away?" Lin Xian laughed mischievously and said, "Run? Where to? Inside, there are only pieces of meat left. But this is also a good thing. I'll go clean it up later." Wang Yuanyuan said in a bad mood, "Brother Yao, you have the potential to become a great chef." Hearing that snake demon god Andamari was killed, Kai was a bit better. After all, she had lost her memories. But Chening eyes widened in shock. You mean you killed Snake Demon God? Heavens! How is this possible? How is this possible? A layer of golden light blossomed from Han Yu's body and enveloped his companions. It was the power of the light blessing spiritual stove. Within the light-blessing spiritual stove, everyone's consumed spiritual power was greatly restored. Even Sima Xian's pain from the backlash from the purple, godly thunder spiritual stove weakened a lot. Long Haochen smiled slightly. Nothing is impossible. Didn't we succeed? Although luck played a large part, we still succeeded. All our tasks have been completed. Speaking of this, there was a clear feeling of pride in his heart. However, when his gaze fell on the somewhat depressed Kai, the joy in his heart faded a lot. Yes, no matter how great the harvest this time, compared to Kai-Er's memory loss, it seemed to be insignificant. If he had a choice, he would rather go back to before he entered the demons. He would rather not have all of this than to see Kai-Er become like this. You still don't trust me, Kaya said angrily. However, she only said this sentence and couldn't continue because she saw the sadness in Long Haochen's eyes. There was even a bit of weak sadness and regret. She didn't know why, but when she saw Long Haochen like this, the depression in her heart naturally disappeared. There was even something stuck in her throat. The others also shut their mouths subconsciously, basking in this somewhat strange atmosphere as they bathed in the recovery of the light's blessing. Very quickly, other than Long Haochen, who was exhausted, and Sima Xian, who had suffered a backlash, everyone else had recovered to their best condition. Even the 4 holy guards were no exception. The power of the spiritual stove of light's blessing was evident. Everyone, clean up the battlefield, Long Haochen said in a deep voice. As he said that, he took the lead to walk towards the Anaconda King's corpse. On the battlefield, apart from the Anaconda King, there were 6 or 7 ordinary anaconda's corpses. After the snake demons were completely wiped out, there were very few anacondas who could really leave alive. Now, all of them had benefited Long Haochen and the others. Long Haochen carefully put the Anaconda King's corpse into his eternal melody. He could still clearly feel the eternal melody heating up. Obviously, it was absorbing the spiritual power produced in this battle. The corpse of an elite snake demon was worth a lot, not to mention the magical crystals. The carrying capacity of Long Haochen's eternal melody was almost limitless. In just a short while, everyone had put away everything that could be taken away. The battlefield had also become much cleaner. At this moment, the mixed magic power of Holy Guard number 9 and number 11 gradually disappeared, causing the swamp to soften again. Lin Xian also walked out of the cave. Looking at his satisfied expression, it was obvious that he had disposed of the snake, demon, god, and Amari's corpse. Boss, shall we enter the cave to look for treasures? Lin Xian asked excitedly. However, he soon realized that Long Haochen's mind was not on the treasures in the cave, but on the demon god pillar not far away. At this moment, the huge demon god pillar had completely lost its original luster. It stood there for a long time like an ordinary stone pillar. The red light in the eyes of the giant serpent statue that was hovering above also completely dimmed. Boss, are you trying to destroy this demon god pillar? Lin Xian asked subconsciously. However, he was shocked to see that Long Haochen actually nodded. Seeing Long Haochen nod, the others couldn't help but be surprised. Ever since the Dark Age descended 6,000 years ago, countless demon gods of the demons had fallen. However, until today, none of the 72 demon god pillars had been damaged. For this, the Temple League had put in a lot of effort. However, even the power of a divine weapon couldn't destroy the demon god pillar. At this moment, Long Haochen actually said that he wanted to destroy the demon god pillar. Even though everyone trusted him, they still felt that he was overestimating himself. How could Long Haochen not know how tough the demon god pillar was? He had seen with his own eyes that the Forest Boa King's inner elixir couldn't even shake the demon god pillar at all. However, he also knew that the 72 demon god pillars were the foundation of the demons. As long as the 72 demon god pillars weren't destroyed, it was impossible for the Temple League to defeat the demons. At this moment, the snake demon god Andamari was killed by them. This was the first time the demon god pillar was exposed in front of them. Moreover, it was the weakest and last ranked demon god pillar. How could Long Houchin not be tempted? I want to give it a try. Long Houchin's tone wasn't firm, but there was a strange fluctuation of emotion in it. Influenced by his emotions, everyone's gaze gradually became solemn. Sima Xian held his vigor ball of light. Boss, let me try first. Roar! At this moment, a low roar suddenly sounded, interrupting Sima Xian's intention to step forward. The owner of this low roar was Haoyue. Long Houchin looked at his old partner in surprise. At this moment, Haoyue's emotions were clearly not right. Looking at the huge demon god pillar, Haoyue's emotions seemed to be in a mess. For the first time, Long Houchin felt that Haoyue's emotions were not under his control. An indescribable mania and pain spread in Haoyue's heart, even affecting Long Houchin's emotions. The 5 large heads raised up high at the same time, roaring furiously towards the sky. Little light, little fire, little green, little blue, and little violet, their emotions were exactly the same. That was an indescribable rage, a rage filled with despair. Immediately, layers of dense purple light spread out from Haoyue's body. Long Houchin was shocked to find that after these purple lights appeared, they actually burned around Haoyue's body like flames. Haoyue don't. Long Houchin turned pale with fright and was about to rush over to stop it, because he felt that Haoyue was actually burning his most fundamental thing. Roar! Haoyue's 5 big heads turned at the same time and even roared fiercely at Long Houchin. Immediately, the huge wings on its back spread out and carried its huge body straight towards the demon god pillar. The purple flames rose even more violently. At this moment, Haoyue was like a willful child, that incomparable stubbornness that even Long Houchin could not stop. When it was about 20 meters away from the demon god pillar, its huge body stopped in the air. Long Houchin suddenly had an illusion. In the purple flames rising from Haoyue, the demon god pillar seemed to be trembling. How is this possible? Why is the demon god pillar trembling? Just as Long Houchin was filled with doubts, Haoyue moved. Thick purple flames suddenly condensed above its body, and then Haoyue's 5 big heads roared at the same time, and 5 balls of light shot out from each of their mouths. Those were 5 strange crystals, and they looked similar to each of their heads. They were gold, red, green, blue, and purple respectively. These 5 crystals only floated in front of Haoyue's 5 big heads. But once they appeared, the purple flames seemed to have found their source and surged forward crazily. The 5 crystals slowly flew out, forming a circle in 5 different directions, and the purple flames flew into the circle of light formed by the 5 crystals, compressing at an alarming speed. The purple flames that were previously huge actually shrank to the size of a fist in a short period of time, but shone with an extremely terrifying purple-gold color. Slowly, this purple-gold ball of light elongated and became like an arrow. Haoyue's 5 big heads roared at the same time, and the purple-gold arrow instantly turned into a ray of light, flying straight towards the demon god pillar. But at the same time, Haoyue's huge body suddenly fell from the sky, and the 5 crystals also disappeared back into their mouths. It could be seen that Haoyue's 5 big heads were all bleeding from their mouths and noses, and there was not a trace of spiritual power fluctuation on their bodies, and they were in their weakest state. Long Houchin had been paying attention to Haoyue's situation, and by now his spiritual power had recovered a little, so he immediately rushed out. The 4 holy guards followed by his side. The 10th holy guard surpassed Long Houchin's body, and was the first to arrive below Haoyue's falling body. He flapped his 6 wings and carried Haoyue's falling body. However, Haoyue was really too huge, and so heavy that the 10th holy guard of wind seemed to be unable to carry it. Especially when he felt the purple aura on Haoyue's body, he became even weaker. At this moment, a yellow ray of light landed on Hauyue's body, and his weight was greatly reduced. Long Houchin had already arrived with the other 3 holy guards, and together they carried Hauyue. At this moment, the purple gold arrow had accurately hit the demon god pillar, and under everyone's gaze, they only saw the purple gold arrow turn into a ray of light, as though it had merged with the demon god pillar. But the demon god pillar still did not move. The light in everyone's eyes, which originally had a glimmer of hope, instantly dimmed. Yes, although Hauyue was strong, how could he destroy the demon god pillar? They just did not know why he was so impulsive. However, just when everyone was feeling sad for Hauyue and had lost all hope of destroying the demon god pillar, Long Houchin suddenly exclaimed, "Look!" Long Houchin's senses were incomparable to others, and when the purple gold light disappeared, he also thought that Hauyue's attack was useless. However, very soon the feeling was different. This was because he clearly felt that the trembling feeling from the demon god pillar had disappeared, and in its place was a feeling of deathly stillness, as though the majesty of the pillar had collapsed, and an aura of despair was emitted from the inside out. The purplish gold light appeared again. This time it was from the inside out. In the beginning, the purplish gold light was very weak. It was just a faint ripple on the demon god pillar. However, as time passed, the purplish gold light became stronger and stronger. Thin cracks started to appear on the huge demon god pillar. Sima Xian roared, and suddenly swung his vigor ball of light, and the spiritual wings on his back spread out, and he flew with all his might towards the huge demon god pillar. The huge metal ball flew out with an ear-piercing whistle, and with a loud bang, it ruthlessly smashed against the demon god pillar. Rumble! The place that was hit by the vigor ball of light actually collapsed, and countless dark red light scattered in all directions, while the purple gold light inside burst out at an astonishing speed. Vaguely, one could hear countless mournful screams bursting out from the demon god pillar, like the mournful cries of countless dead souls when they suffered the most fundamental destruction. Boom, 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 boom. There was a series of violent explosions. The demon god pillar didn't have any soil or stone. It seemed to be completely condensed from energy. As the dark red light scattered, the entire dark swamp seemed to tremble. A series of buzzing sounds appeared almost at the same time in all the provinces of the demon race, especially at the border, where the demon god pillars let out sorrowful moans as they were destroyed. Even the demon emperor's heaven-defying demon dragon pillar was no exception. That's right, in the history of the battle between humans and demons, finally, the first demon god pillar was completely destroyed. In other words, in the holy demon continent, there would no longer be a snake demon god appearing. Long Houchin and his commander-class Monster Hunt 64 companions had created a precedent and seemed to declare that in the battle between humans and demons, the advantages and disadvantages of both sides were being reversed. Staring blankly at the broken demon god pillar, everyone had different emotions in their hearts, but most of them were not excited but touched. It could be said that every one of them had a deep hatred for the demons, and the destruction of the demon god pillar that symbolized the highest ruling class of the demons was even more significant than the possibility of them breaking through to the Ninth Order in the future. There were many human Ninth Order powerhouses in history, but this was the first time a demon god pillar was destroyed, an extremely precious first time. From now on, the 72 demon god pillars would become 71. The most significant part was that Long Houchin and his companions proved that the 72 demon god pillars of the demons were not indestructible. They could also be destroyed. This was too important to the Temple League. Too important. The weak Hauyue directly returned to his original space. At this moment, Long Houchin vaguely understood why even the Demon Emperor had tried to find the existence of Hauyue, because its power had already threatened the foundation of the demons, and it had the ability to destroy the demon god pillars. Clenching his fists, he slowly clenched them. Long Houchin turned around and looked at his companions behind him. "We won," Yes, we won. Long Haochin stretched out his right hand. Sima Xian, Hanyu, Lin Xan, Wang Yuan Yuan, and Chining successively placed their hands on Long Haochin's. Kai hesitated for a moment, but finally placed her soft little hand on the back of Chining hand. Long Haochin's other hand was also placed. He suddenly roared to the sky, "We won!" The pain that had been suppressed in his heart these days seemed to have been completely vented, and he subconsciously held Kai's hand tightly. The blossoming of his inner emotions made his suppressed feelings clear again. His originally slightly frowning brows finally relaxed. In front of his companions, Long Haochin had always been very calm, and this was the first time he had been so impassioned. At this moment, the people standing beside him suddenly realized that this young knight who had been leading them forward was actually not even 20 years old. Long Haochin's excitement didn't last long. After a brief moment of excitement, he quickly regained his usual calmness and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, go into the cave and rest for a while. After that, we will investigate the situation inside the cave. After finishing this, we must leave this place as soon as possible. One of the 72 demon god pillars has been destroyed. I don't know if the other demon gods of the demons will sense it. It is not good to stay here for long." Everyone nodded, returned to the cave, and collectively rested. The one who needed to rest the most was naturally Long Haochin himself. He sat down cross-legged and entered a state of meditation. The others sat around and rested. Although the time of the battle just now was short, everyone's spirit was highly tense. At this time when they relaxed, in addition to the feeling of carefulness, there was also a deep sense of fatigue. Perhaps this exhaustion had been accumulating since the day they entered the devil race. For holy guards guarded the entrance of the cave, silently watching the outside. At this time, perhaps because of the arrival of the goddess of light and the destruction of the demon god pillars, the air in the dark swamp seemed to have become a little fresher. At least as far as the eye could see, the misty poisonous fog had dispersed a lot. Within a certain range, the air even had a bit of freshness with the smell of sunshine. The swamp returned to silence, although this land of death still did not have a strong breath of life. Fortunately, at least the smell of blood had been covered by the rolling mud. The power of nature was great and terrifying. Whether it was humans or demons, under the power of nature, they seemed to be just a part of the food chain. Long Haochin did not rest for too long. About an hour later, he opened his eyes again. "Sima, you and Holy Guards 9, 10, and 12 stay at the entrance to guard. If there is a situation, let 10 go in and send a message to us. The others follow me." After standing up again, Long Haochin immediately gave the order. The reason for leaving Sima Xian behind was very simple. The backlash from activating the spiritual stove of purple godly thunder had not passed yet. If something happened in the cave, he was afraid that he would not be able to respond in time. Sima Xian nodded, holding his vigor pill of light, and sat on the vine at the entrance of the cave. The ice attribute, Holy Guard 11, separated and followed Long Haochin and the others into the depths of the cave. One reason for bringing along Holy Guard 11 was because he was experienced and knowledgeable, and the other was because he had many control abilities. Long Haochin walked in front, Han Yu and Wang Yuan Yuan on both sides, and Lin Xian, Chininger, and Holy Guard 11 walked in the middle. Kaya was at the back. Although it was unlikely that there would be a crisis at the back, Kaya was still a melee fighter. Moreover, she was getting better at controlling her abilities. With her protecting them from the back, Long Haochin could rest assured. The greenish-black vines intertwined and extended all the way downwards. However, what was surprising was that these vines seemed to be emitting a faint light. Therefore, as they descended, they did not feel that it was dark. The diameter of the entire cave did not shrink as it extended downwards. It was always well proportioned. The downward slope of the cave was not steep at all. The deeper they went, the brighter the light emitted by the surrounding vines. The faint green light flickered, and the strange feeling in Long Houchen's heart grew stronger. When he first entered this cave, he had a vague feeling of familiarity. Of course, he did not know the treasures in this cave. This feeling of familiarity came from the attribute. The mirror image treasure god Pygmadul had given them information when they were still a distance away, saying that the treasures here were of the light attribute. When they entered the cave to ambush Snake Demon God, Long Houchen could clearly feel that Madul's information was correct. There was indeed an extremely dense light attribute here. When they were at the entrance of the cave, although they could not feel the light attribute clearly, it was extremely pure without any impurities. This was already similar to the attribute of Long Houchen, who was a god-blessed. However, this light attribute was much gentler than Long Houchen's, and did not have the slightest bit of offensive power. Therefore, after entering the cave, Long Houchen did not feel any threat in this cave. However, the battle with the Saw Whale King deeply reminded him that no matter what the situation was, he must maintain full vigilance. After that, the battle between Snake Demon God and the Forest Maggot King was an eye-opener for him. On the battlefield, strength was very important, but so was scheming. Therefore, even though he felt that the light attribute in the depths of the cave was giving him a stronger sense of familiarity, Long Houchen was not the least bit careless. At the same time, he was very careful with every step he took, and deliberately put some distance between himself and his companions behind him. At this time, Madul had been placed on the ground by Chunning. Piglet ran in front, but was not as careful as Long Houchen. Its pair of small eyes were shining, and its chubby, round little but was shaking. But looking at its appearance at this time, who would have thought that this guy could even imitate the aura of the Demon Emperor? Rays of gentle light changed in the air, and the surrounding vines gradually turned green like the Forest Maggot King, making the cave look even more dazzling. Madul, slow down! Channing shouted anxiously from behind, but the piglet in front suddenly sped up and ran forward quickly. However, the road ahead suddenly turned to the left. Madul's body disappeared in an instant. Long Houchen was at the very front of the group, and he was naturally very alarmed by this development. The 4 spirit wings on his back abruptly spread open, and he also abruptly accelerated. He flapped his 4 wings, and his body drew a golden arc through the air with unerring accuracy as he chased after Madul. If the 10th Holy Guard was here, he would definitely be in awe of Long Houchen's control of his body while flying. When everyone turned the corner, they suddenly stopped in their tracks. Long Houchen stopped in front, and Madul Piglet was already in his arms. And in front of them, a strange scene appeared. Madul Piglet kept humming in Long Houchen's arms, and made snoring sounds as if he was very excited. Long Houchen's eyes were a little dazed, because the scene in front of him was too shocking. This so-called treasure was actually, at this time, the surrounding vines had already been reflected in a golden color. When everyone turned the corner, their first reaction was to fall into a golden sea. The dense light element was pure without any impurities, and the gentle and warm golden light rushed over, giving people an inextricable feeling of comfort. This feeling was really too wonderful, especially for Long Houchen and Hanyu, who had the light element. Long Houchen was a little better, because his own spiritual power was at this level. Bathing in it, he only emitted a faint layer of light fog that resonated with it from afar. On the other hand, Hanyu felt it extremely deeply. He only felt that the spiritual power in his body seemed to be boiling, and then he had a carefree feeling as if his whole body was being cleansed. He was forcibly restraining himself so that he would not be affected by this feeling of comfort and moan out. They had already reached the end of the cave, and the thing that emitted such dense light element was an existence that Long Houchen and the others could never have imagined. At the end of the cave, it suddenly became huge. The owner of the dazzling golden light was actually an incomparably huge snail. This snail's shell had a diameter of more than 5 meters, and the spiritual golden light was emitted from its shell. His exposed body was sparkling and translucent like a crystal, but his body was covered with faint golden specks of light. Its two long soft horns swayed slightly. There was also a pair of large, pitch-black eyes that were similarly staring blankly at Long Houchen and the others, especially at Long Houchen's body. Its shell was really too beautiful. Its whole body was almost a perfect circle, and the circles of whorls gathered towards the center. There were horizontal patterns on the whorls, neat and magnificent. It seemed as if there were countless reflective surfaces that were reflecting the gentle golden light. The most central position was slightly protruding into a point. Although it was only a snail, whether it was Long Houchen or his companions, they could all be sure that this was one of the most beautiful magical beasts they had ever seen in their lives. Its beauty in Long Houchen's heart even surpassed that of the starlight unicorn. It was as if it was a part of the light itself. So beautiful! What kind of magical beast is this? Chun-Ing murmured softly. She also said what was in everyone's mind. Whether it was Long Houchen or his companions, they did not feel the slightest threat from the magical beast in front of them. However, that big snail did not see them in the same way. It seemed to be surprised by Chun-Ing, and with a whoosh, its exposed body retracted back into its shell. Chapter 156. The huge snail's body shrunk back, and what was left in front of everyone was naturally its magnificent shell. Long Houchen raised his hands and stopped his companions from approaching the snail. It was too strange that the forest boa king's treasure was actually a snail. Moreover, the forest boa king was not of the light attribute. In a sense, it was a purer life attribute, but it was mixed with other attributes. Because it lived in the swamp, it was even poisoned. However, the snail in front of them was of the pure light attribute. From how nervous it was obvious that it was not good friends with the forest boa king, let alone lovers. Then there was only one answer. It was an enemy of the forest boa king, or rather, the treasure that the forest boa king coveted. However, this snail was still alive and well. Snake demon god Andamari had wanted to deal with the forest boa king for at least a few months, which meant that the forest boa king had also wanted to deal with this huge snail for at least a few months. The danger of an existence that could render a Class 9 magical beast helpless for several months was self-evident. Therefore, even if this snail was of the light attribute like Long Houchen, he could not let his companions approach it recklessly. 11th Holy Guard, do you know this magical beast? Long Houchen turned to look at the ice skeleton. The 11th Holy Guard came to Long Houchen's side, and the ice-blue flames dancing in his eye sockets emitted a hint of doubt. He seemed to have thought of something, but was not sure. It's all right, it's fine, even if it's just your guess. Long Houchen encouraged him. In the dark swamp, they had encountered the forest boa king and the ancient magical beast, the Sore, that had long disappeared from the outside world. This huge snail was likely to be an ancient magical beast. However, no one had any information about it, so they naturally did not dare to approach it. The 11th Holy Guard shook his head lightly and said in a low voice, "This must be an ancient magical beast. It has the bloodline aura of an ancient magical beast. It should be a type of starlight divine beast. However, I'm not sure what it is. Perhaps the 9th Holy Guard will know something." Long Houchen's heart skipped a beat when he heard him mention Holy Guard number 9. He asked, "Number 11, since you are all Holy Guards, why are the three of you so respectful to number 9? You don't seem to be on equal footing." The 11th Holy Guard was stunned for a moment, but he still answered Long Houchen's question. Their statuses are different. Master originally only had 9 Holy Guards. They had followed Master for a long time, and they were all powerful beings who had been defeated by Master. Number 10, Number 12, and I are servants that Master only accepted after 10,000 years. Compared to the 9 great Holy Guards, we are far inferior, be it strength or experience. Long Houchen suddenly understood and thought to himself, so that's how it is. No wonder the ninth holy guard was so much stronger than the other 3 holy guards. At the same time, he was looking forward to the magic in the Tower of Eternity. With the help of the 4 great holy guards, the overall strength of their team had nearly doubled. If they could get all 12 holy guards to join them in the near future, what kind of scene would it be? By that time, his cultivation would definitely reach the 9th level. If all the holy guards entered the 9th level, then, even if they encountered an ordinary demon god, it would not be a problem. However, Long Haochen suddenly remembered what Yi Xiaolei said to him. No matter what, he must not go up to the last floor of the Tower of Eternity. Otherwise, he might fall into the resentment of Electrolux, the sleeping calamity. Go and invite number 9 over, see if he knows this magical beast. Now was obviously not the time to study the situation in the Tower of Eternity. Long Haochen immediately asked number 11 to call number 9 over. He wanted to see if this knowledgeable holy guard could identify what kind of magical beast the snail in front of him was. The entire length of the cave was not very deep. After a while, number 9 came to Long Haochen's side with heavy footsteps. When he saw the existence of the giant snail, his body suddenly stiffened. Even the strong soul that was beating in his eye sockets seemed to freeze. Long Haochen did not disturb him. Apart from his strength, the biggest difference between him and the other 3 holy guards was his emotions and wisdom. The other 3 holy guards had more battle instincts and some memories. But holy guard number 9 had a soul that truly belonged to him. For example, when he looked at Kai or Now, his aura was even more respectful than when he looked at Long Haochen. After a long while, holy guard number 9's emotions gradually returned to normal. He murmured, This is the representative of peace among the starlight divine beasts, the sun-moon divine snail. Hearing that he knew this magical beast, Long Haochen suddenly became spirited. Sun-moon divine snail, what kind of magical beast is it? Holy guard number 9 said, Even in the ancient times it's rarer than the dragon race. Speaking of the sun-moon divine snail, we must first talk about the starlight divine beast. The starlight divine beast was an extremely powerful existence in the ancient times. They were all of the light attribute. In any kind of magical beast, it was possible to give birth to a starlight divine beast. Every starlight divine beast was an existence of the 10th level. They were known as the representatives of light, but the value of the starlight divine beast itself was too precious. So much so that whenever a starlight divine beast appeared, it would immediately be attacked by other races. It was like a human seeing a divine weapon. No matter what race, they would covet it. Because of this, the starlight divine beasts could not reproduce, and their numbers became fewer and fewer, until they finally went extinct. No more starlight divine beasts appeared. What benefits can the starlight divine beast bring? Long Haochen asked curiously. Holy guard number 9 said in a deep voice, I will give you a simple example. When Master built the Tower of Eternity, the core used 3 starlight divine beasts magic cores. Until today, the Tower of Eternity is still glorious. It is also because of the existence of these 3 magic cores that the Tower of Eternity can become a true great divine weapon. Great divine weapon? Long Haochen heard a brand new term. Holy guard number 9 explained, the so-called Great God artifact is like the pillar that we destroyed before. However, that pillar didn't seem to have reached the level of a Great God artifact, but it already had a prototype. It seemed that the pillar was a component of a transcendent divine weapon that was even more terrifying than a great divine weapon. We have never seen a transcendent divine weapon before. At least in Master's knowledge and memory, it did not exist. In our world, there is only some information about transcendent divine weapons. In fact, there are no records of transcendent divine weapons in any ancient books. Beside him, Lin Xian could not help but ask, then how can you be sure that the demon god pillar is part of a transcendent divine weapon? Holy guard number 9 said, it's the aura. Although its power can't be compared to an ordinary divine weapon, When it was damaged, it revealed a trace of aura that far exceeds that of a divine weapon. This kind of terrifying aura is even more than 10 times stronger than the Tower of Eternity. I can't find any other explanation for such an existence other than a transcendent divine weapon. Long Houchin nodded slightly, but his heart was in turmoil. Divine weapon, great divine weapon, transcendent divine weapon. This was the first time he heard of this divine weapon system. But there was no doubt that these should indeed exist. The Tower of Eternity was a transcendent divine weapon, and he had seen its profound meaning many times. And the demon's 72 demon god pillars could be a component of a transcendent divine weapon. No wonder humans couldn't destroy it for 6,000 years, no matter how hard they tried. But if that was the case, why did Haoyue do it? For a moment, Long Houchin's heart was in a mess. He seemed to have grasped a clue, but there was no evidence to prove his thoughts. Moreover, his thoughts were not complete, and there were many flaws in it. Holy Guard number 9 continued. For a period of time, the Starlight Divine Beast was in existence equivalent to a divine weapon. And among the divine weapons passed down from ancient times, more than 90% of them are related to the Starlight Divine Beast. Most of the Starlight Divine Beasts have strong combat power. To kill them and reap benefits from them, one must pay a huge price. And among the many Starlight Divine Beasts, the most difficult to deal with is a special existence. It is different from other Starlight Divine Beasts because it doesn't have strong attack power, but it can't hurt any of its enemies. When attacked by an enemy, it will usually choose to defend. Only when the enemy is exhausted will it quietly leave. This Starlight Divine Beast is the Sun Moon Divine Snail in front of us, a powerful divine beast that doesn't know how to attack, but has almost invincible defense. And because it doesn't know how to attack among the Starlight Divine Beasts, it is known as the representative of peace. Han Yu couldn't help but ask, doesn't know how to attack? Can't we capture it and slowly think of a way to break it? There must be a loophole. Holy Guard number 9 shook his head and said, the defense of the Sun Moon Divine Snail is known as the Eternal Rampart. Not only can it block most attacks, it can also resist all negative attributes. In the history of ancient times, the Sun Moon Divine Snail has appeared 3 times, but only once was it killed. That time, it encountered a divine weapon that mainly focused on attack, and at the beginning of the battle, it couldn't enter its defensive state in time and was ambushed. So the Sun Moon Divine Snail died, and after consuming the meat of the Sun Moon Divine Snail, at that time, the powerful being ruled the ancient times for almost 1,000 years. He was a member of the dragon race, and after eating the Sun Moon Divine Snail, he evolved into a divine dragon. But do you know how his rule ended in the end? Among the Starlight Divine Beasts, the Sun Moon Divine Snail seems to have a special position. Just after the divine dragon ruled the continent for almost 1,000 years, another Sun Moon Divine Snail appeared, and at the same time a human appeared. A human like you, Master. He used the Sun Moon Divine Snail as a shield, and in the end, killed the divine dragon. From that generation onwards, humans finally revealed themselves and started to unify the entire continent. A human like me? Long Houchin's eyes flashed. You mean a favored? Holy Guard number 9 shook his head lightly. In the ancient times, there was no such thing as a favored. Humans were like a type of magical beast. But after humans conquered the world, they flaunted themselves as a higher existence. So, if you were in the ancient times, you would be a part of the Starlight Divine Beasts. Ah, not only Long Houchin, but also the Commander Class Monster Hunt 60, 4 people couldn't help but exclaim at the same time. The Starlight Divine Beast that Holy Guard number 9 mentioned was actually the favored of the Divine Goddess of Light. Who would have thought that? No wonder Long Houchin felt so familiar with the aura in this cave. Moreover, after coming here, they all felt that the aura emitted by the Sun Moon Divine Snail was very similar to Long Houchin's, and the purity of the spiritual energy was also almost the same. From a certain point of view, they were actually the same existence. The only difference was that they belonged to different races. Lin Xen weakly said, "Then if I eat a piece of boss meat, will I also evolve?" Holy Guard number 9's gaze instantly turned cold. "Those who harm Master die." Lin Xen hurriedly smiled. "I'm just asking, it's just an example." Holy Guard number 9 shook his head. "Only if I eat Master's entire body will I be able to inherit the Starlight, Divine, Beast bloodline." Kai suddenly said, "Let's just call it the favored bloodline." "What Divine Beast bloodline? It sounds so unpleasant." Holy Guard number 9, who was indifferent to others, clearly showed some fear in his aura when he saw Kai, and slightly nodded. Long Houchen's mind had already sorted out some thoughts. To sum up what you just said, there was once a giant dragon that possessed a great divine weapon. It hunted down a sun-moon divine snail and ate it, thus becoming a divine dragon that ruled the continent for thousands of years. Then it was killed by another favored of the divine goddess of light who wielded the sun-moon divine snail like me. Thus, it established the foundation for humans to unify the continent. Right. Then what about the third appearance of the sun-moon divine snail? Holy Guard number 9 said, when the third appearance of the sun-moon divine snail, the continent had already become a world ruled by humans. After the sun-moon divine snail was discovered, it was besieged, but no one was able to break its defense. In the end, the sun-moon divine snail escaped and disappeared without a trace. Today's one is very likely to be the one from back then. After that, there was no news of the appearance of such a peaceful divine beast. Wang Yuanyuan murmured, "It sounds like the first two appearances of the sun-moon divine snail seemed to signify the change of dynasties and the change of the ruler of the continent. Only the third time was an exception. Then, when the sun-moon divine snail appeared this time, it happened to be the time when we destroyed the first demon's pillar. Does this mean that the demons will be destroyed by our alliance?" Although Wang Yuanyuan only said so after listening to her words, everyone felt a sense of excitement. At least this was a good sign. Moreover, immediately after, Holy Guard number 9 seemed to have marked her conclusion with a symbol of affirmation. When the sun-moon divine snail appeared for the third time, it was during the battle between the humans and Master. The cave fell into a moment of silence. Suddenly, Long Houchen looked at Holy Guard number 9 with a burning gaze. "You mean the holy law of necromancy, Senior Electrolux, who founded the Tower of Eternity, was one of the leaders who led the war between the necromancers and the humans?" The soul of the powerhouse that was dancing in Holy Guard number 9's eyes suddenly became intense and scorching. He said in a low voice, not one of the others. It was just 4 simple words, but it made everyone's scalp go numb. Not one of the others, not one of the others. Electrolux, wasn't that the culprit behind the disaster of the humans, the leader of all the necromancers, and even the ruler of the necromancers? No wonder the Tower of Eternity was so powerful. So this was the reason. Long Houchen's lips were tightly pursed. From the muscles on both his cheeks, it could be seen that he was not calm at the moment. Everyone could understand his emotions at the moment. As a knight, he led his companions to accept the favor of a sinner of the humans, a necromancer who had once brought disaster to the humans, and even almost destroyed the humans. Moreover, it was also because of that disaster that the vitality of the humans was greatly damaged, so much so that they entered a 6,000-year-long dark age. How could Long Houchen feel good in his heart? This silence lasted for a full 10 minutes. Long Houchen looked at his companions and said, slowly, "What has happened cannot be changed, but what has not happened cannot be continued. I have decided that in the future I will not set foot on the 3rd floor of the Tower of Eternity. I am sorry, everyone." As he said this, he suddenly bent down and bowed deeply to his companions. This apology had 2 meanings. One was that he blamed himself for leading his companions to accept the favor of such a necromancer. The other was that he had decided not to continue, leading them to continue their training in the Tower of Eternity. The other 6 members of the monster hunters almost instantly separated. No one had accepted this bow from Long Houchen. Han Yu held onto Long Houchen. "Boss, don't be like this. It's not your fault. None of us knew before. Moreover, everything you did was for the sake of the team. You are not wrong. We will wholeheartedly support your decision. Moreover, we have not done anything for the necromancer. We have only received some favors from him, but we have already destroyed a demon god pillar for the Alliance. What we have done, we have a clear conscience, and it is enough to let our ancestors and our compatriots down." Han Yu's words were resolute and decisive, and he tightly held onto Long Houchen's arm. If Long Houchen was a sinner who had let down humanity, then was there still a human in this world who could stand upright? Long Houchen took a deep breath and looked at the sincere expressions of his companions. His expression gradually softened, and he sighed, "Let's go!" "Master, that Sun Moon divine snail," Holy Guard number 9 said anxiously. No matter which era the continent was in, the Sun Moon divine snail was a treasure. But looking at Long Houchen, it seemed like he wanted to give it up. Long Houchen said calmly, "The Forest Boa King is dead, and it has no more enemies. Perhaps living in the realm of death is the safest for it. According to what you said, we are both starlight divine beasts. Do you think I will hurt it? I just hope that it can bless us humans to defeat the demons and let the continent be illuminated by light again." What happened in the Tower of Eternity was a huge blow to him. Moreover, after knowing the origin of the Sun Moon divine snail, he did not covet it at all. Long Houchen knew that he did not have the ability to protect the Sun Moon divine snail. Although his cultivation was not low, he was still a long way from being a true powerhouse. As for killing the Sun Moon divine snail and eating its flesh, he did not even think about it. Putting aside the fact that Long Houchen would not hurt a magical beast that had never threatened him, even if someone else wanted to hurt the Sun Moon divine snail, it would be impossible. Without a doubt, after the Forest Boa King discovered the Sun Moon divine snail, it had put in a lot of effort, but it did not get what it wanted. Otherwise, it would not be the Forest Boa King, but the Dragon King. Seeing that Long Houchen was leaving, his companions followed him without hesitation. Long Houchen's heart was a little fragile at this moment, and he needed the support of his companions. Even Lin Xan, who had the most potential to be a miser, did not look at the Sun Moon divine snail at this moment. Holy Guard number 9 was the last to leave. He turned his head and looked at the huge Sun Moon divine snail, then at Long Houchen. The soul fire in his eye sockets suddenly throbbed. Yes, even his former master, the Calamity Electrolux, couldn't have casually given up on the Moon divine snail when it was right in front of him. Even his former master, the Calamity Electrolux, couldn't have done that. Recalling the various things about the Electrolux, Holy Guard number 9's body suddenly trembled, as if he had thought of something terrifying. He lowered his head sadly and followed behind Electrolux, walking out of the cave. Actually, in this world, there is no absolute right, and there is no absolute wrong. Just like the necromancer Calamity back then. What a pity, what a pity. The Holy Lord of the resurgence of the human race ended up becoming the enemy of the human race and walked towards destruction. How can this process not be regrettable? A clear and deep voice suddenly echoed in the vine cave. Long Houchen almost subconsciously turned around and released his 2 swords. The Sun Moon divine snail's body had unknowingly popped out of the hard shell. A pair of big black eyes was staring at him. The gaze was very gentle, and the pair of soft horns on its head was slightly folded in the middle. Long Houchen said in surprise, "Is that you talking?" The Sun Moon divine snail nodded at Long Houchen in a very human-like manner. "Yes, it's me." Long Houchen turned around, and his companions also subconsciously protected him by his side. The sun-moon divine snail could speak human language. What was going on? Long Houchin stared at the sun-moon divine snail's eyes with a burning gaze. "I don't understand what you mean." The sun-moon divine snail said calmly, "An innate talent can never be a permanent existence. Everything acquired will inevitably affect the innate. Just like the son of light chosen by God, he will also be attracted by everything in the outside world. No matter how pure his heart is, there is a possibility that it will be contaminated. The God of light is the guardian of the world's order, and we, the sun-moon divine snail, were born to maintain order and peace. Unfortunately, to this day, we have never truly succeeded." At this point, the sun-moon divine snail's mood became obviously sad. Long Houchin quietly listened to its confession. He did not know why, but he subconsciously had a feeling that the sun-moon divine snail's words were very important to him. "We, the sun-moon divine snail, have a noble mission, but our fate is tragic." When the first generation of the sun-moon divine snail was born, there was also a son of light, which was another starlight divine beast at that time. He was what you humans call a God's chosen. He was a dragon of light. The little skeleton's words were very one-sided, but the truth was even more painful. The great God of light chose the dragon race because the dragon race was strong. They had the ability to protect themselves, and the constitution of a God's chosen made him an unparalleled powerhouse. However, God neglected the dragon race's greed. The dragon race may not have a tyrannical heart, but they have a strong desire for beautiful things. Therefore, my ancestor became the first tragedy. After the dragon of light gained his trust, it ambushed him and turned him into food. The dragon of light awakened and became a powerful divine dragon. From then on, it ruled this world for thousands of years. Unfortunately, there was a flaw in his heart, and his rule gradually came to an end because of his greed. The God of light felt very sad about his behavior. The mainland continued to multiply, and humans gradually revealed their talents. Perhaps the dark side of the human heart was even more than that of other races. However, humans had creativity that other races did not have. Therefore, in the end, God chose humans and chose humans to become God's spokesperson. This led to the birth of the second generation of the Son of Light and us, the guardians of order. This generation's ancestor was lucky. At least, he was lucky in the early days. He cooperated with the Son of Light and trained hard. When he became a hero of his generation, he finally led the human army to attack the divine dragon's nest. Using his understanding of the divine dragon's heart, he finally killed it and became a dragon slayer. At the same time, he led the humans to unify the mainland, and the mainland entered a glorious era. Isn't that perfect? Long Houchin could not help but ask. The sun-moon divine snail's tone suddenly became angry. Perfect? Only that human was perfect. In the early days, he was indeed perfect. However, when he reached his later years, and his life was about to come to an end, do you know what he did? Long Houchin shook his head in a daze. The sun-moon divine snail said coldly, "I don't know where he heard that eating the starlight divine beast's meat can grant you immortality." Hearing this, Long Houchin felt a chill running down his spine. For a moment, he subconsciously clenched his fists. The others were also shocked. Although the sun-moon divine snail did not say it clearly, they clearly understood what it meant. Betrayal. He betrayed his best friend. He betrayed the friend who had sacrificed everything for him through life and death, all for the illusory possibility of immortality. At that moment, the bad habits of you humans were completely exposed. In the end, my second-generation ancestor could not escape the fate of the first-generation ancestor. However, the pain in his heart was even greater than that of the first-generation ancestor, because the deepest feelings in his heart finally made him become food. When I came to the world as the third-generation guardian of order, I came with the memories of the 2 generations of ancestors. Therefore, I hated you humans, and no matter what, I did not want to choose you humans as the target of my support. I wanted to choose a more perfect race in this world to unify this order. However, I have to admit, the creativity of humans has made this continent a very beautiful place. If I wanted to establish a new order, then it was very likely that it would lead to a great loss of life. As the guardian of order, how could I allow such a situation to happen? I was even at a loss. I did not understand why I was born. If this world was so peaceful, we, the Sun Moon Divine Snail race, should have become history. Later on, I understood. The reason for my birth was very simple. After thousands of years of reproduction, you humans have become strong, beautiful, and have made great progress in society and technology. However, the bad habits of you humans were gradually exposed, and all the dark and dirty things began to flow to the surface. Not long after, I met the person I should support, that generation's son of light. What made me angry was that the son of light was still a human. Why was he still a human? Could it be that God will only approve of a race full of bad habits? However, I did not have a choice. I had my own mission. Moreover, I finally understood why my ancestor was so loyal to the Son of Light. The Son of Light of the human race was almost a perfect existence. He was kind, brave, wise, and powerful. I could almost see all the good things about humans in him. I was unconsciously attracted to him. Just when I was about to express my complete support for him, something happened. He seemed to have received an intense stimulation and suddenly changed. He became crazy, incomparably crazy. Then he ran away, far away from me. At that time, I was very confused. I did not understand what happened to him, and even now, I do not understand. However, when he returned 20 years later, he had already become a terrifying existence, an existence that even God is afraid of. That is the so-called holy law of necromancy, eternal sleep calamity Electrolux. Hearing this, Long Houchin could not help but suck in a breath of cold air and subconsciously looked at Holy Guard number 9 beside him. At this moment, Holy Guard number 9's emotions were also very agitated. Little skeleton, if you know why Electrolux became like that, can you tell me? Answer this question that has been in my heart for a long time. Sun Moon Divine Snail asked Holy Guard number 9. Holy Guard number 9 shook his head blankly. I also do not know. When I knew Master, he was already eternal sleep calamity Electrolux. He was the most powerful necromancer. So you really are that Sun Moon Divine Snail from back then. I still remember that you had a sincere talk with Master, after which you disappeared. Didn't Master tell you at that time? Sun Moon Divine Snail shook his head lightly. Yes, after he returned, I had a sincere talk with him. I hoped that I could understand him and convince him. However, Electrolux had changed completely at that time. He became hysterical and unreasonable. It seemed that there was only power in his heart, but I could see that his soul was contaminated by something, and his eyes were blinded by hatred. I do not know why he became like this, but I am sure that something must have happened to him. I am the spokesperson of order and peace. He asked me to follow him to change the world, to sweep away all the filth of human beings. However, how could I do such a thing with him that would bring misery and suffering to the people? In the end, neither of us could convince the other. I could only choose to leave forever, so that I would not end up as food like my ancestors. Since then, I have never seen him again. At this point, Sun Moon Divine Snail's gaze once again firmly fixed on Long Houchin's face. So, as the Son of Light, you should not jump to conclusions. It is true that Electrolux brought a great disaster to the human race. However, I can be sure that in his heart, there must be some kind of extreme pain. As a result, his temperament changed greatly. But in reality, in the deepest part of his heart, there is still the kindness that belongs to the Son of Light. Otherwise, he would not have let me leave. nor would he have not harmed a single human civilian in the war of the undead that was launched. He only defeated the human army and massacred a large number of nobles. I hope you understand that behind everything there is a story. I do not know what the story of Electrolux is, but I dare to say that this story must be very, very important. In the blink of an eye, so many years have passed. Everything in the past is gone, including Electrolux. I know that the demons came. Perhaps they appeared to punish you humans for your greed and bad habits. And I have also felt your existence. The Sun of Light is pure, but the purer the heart, the more it cannot tolerate a little bit of sand. What I hope to bring to you is another quality, and that is tolerance. No matter when, no matter what happens, if your heart can become more magnanimous and tolerant, perhaps you will see the world differently. Listening to the words of the sun-moon divine snail, Long Houchin nodded seriously and remembered everything that this senior, who had lived for almost 10,000 years, said. He couldn't deny the deep-rooted bad habits of humans. Although this was the first time he'd heard about what had happened to the Son of Light, there was no doubt that the divine snail of sun and moon's words rang a clear alarm bell in his heart. Thank you for the reminder, Senior. Right now, I can't promise you anything, but I'll definitely keep what you said in mind. After a few decades, perhaps I will come here again to look for you. I hope that when that time comes, I can still have a clear conscience in front of you. Long Houchin's words were very sincere. His companions around him subconsciously looked at him and nodded in admiration. At least, from the time they knew Long Houchin definitely lived up to the word clear conscience. However, the sun-moon divine snail shook his head gently and sighed. It's a pity that I won't be able to see it. Do you know what I've finally comprehended about my race in these thousands of years? I finally understood what the first 2 generations of ancestors did wrong, and in my generation it is a new attempt. I will not continue to be wrong. Chapter 157. You Can't See. Long Houchin looked at the sun-moon divine snail in astonishment. He didn't understand what this so-called representative of peace and order meant. The sun-moon divine snail's eyes revealed an expression similar to a smile. Do you know what I have comprehended? Long Houchin blankly shook his head. The sun-moon divine snail continued. What my 2 ancestors lacked was the spirit of sacrifice. They forgot that we, the sun-moon divine snail clan, are the source of evil. Our bodies, the temptation that our bodies bring, is something that even the Scion of Light cannot resist. But at the same time, as the representative of the God of Light, we have not given our all to help the Scion of Light. So, I have already made a plan. I've been waiting for you for so long. So, my long life should come to an end. I can't see what will happen in the future, but it's the will of the heavens. I only hope that my sacrifice won't be in vain. Senior, Long Houchin's body and mind were greatly shaken, and he unconsciously took a step forward. Don't try to stop me. No one can stop me. Even if a god is here, it will be the same. Young man, although I don't know your name, but what moved me was the kindness you just displayed. You still have the purest essence of the Scion of Light. You don't need to feel sad because of my departure. I have already lived in this world for far too long. My life has already come to an end, and it was my last will that kept me alive. To be able to see you at the last moment of my life, to me, is a perfect ending. I also hope that I can be the last sun-moon divine snail to descend to this world. My name is Long Houchin. Long Houchin subconsciously clenched his fists. He could clearly feel that the sun-moon divine snail's life force was draining away at an astonishing speed. It was like a dam bursting. This kind of loss was completely abnormal. It was as if its body had long been an extremely thin water ball, and at this moment the thin outer wall of the water ball was broken, irreparably broken. Sun-moon divine snail's body began to emit sparkling golden light into the air. The golden light was gentle and trembled slightly. Every time it fluctuated gently, the air would tremble along with it. A rich and gentle light essence drifted out, cleansing everyone's soul. The sun-moon divine snail said gently, "Long Houchin, remember what I just said. The tolerance I'm talking about is not only for others, but also for yourself. You are the scion of light, but you are still not perfect. Everyone can make mistakes, but as long as your heart doesn't change, you have to be a bit more tolerant of yourself. I'm going. My body will be your sturdy shield to protect order. I hope that my departure today can transform into the two monarchs of morality and conscience in your heart. No matter what you encounter, don't overstep their boundaries. If one day you are able to see the slumbering calamity Electrolux, please send my regards to him. If you don't get rid of the obsession in his heart, you won't be able to truly transcend. Even if it's been so long, so long." Sun-moon divine snail's voice grew weaker and weaker, until it completely disappeared, and its body also became transparent. Soft golden crystal, like specks of light, drifted in the air, then slowly fell on its huge shell. The gentle golden light continuously rippled with moving ripples of light. 2 streams of tears flowed down Long Houchin's face, and he suddenly felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. With his right hand in front of his chest, he hammered the left side of his chest, performing a solemn knight's salute to the departing sun-moon divine snail. It wasn't only him, but the others also performed the most solemn salute of their profession, watching the departure of this divine beast that had lived for thousands of years. The golden light vanished, and that enormous shell suddenly started to rotate. Furthermore, with each rotation, its radiance dimmed a bit, and its volume also shrank a bit, at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a short time, it shrunk into an orange-yellow ball of light. The radiance floated up, heading straight for Long Houchin. Unconsciously, Long Houchin raised his left arm. That orange-yellow ball of light seemed to have grown eyes, directly landing on his left forearm. The glorious holy armor didn't have the slightest effect. Long Houchin only felt a warmth on his left forearm, and immediately afterwards, that warmth rapidly spread to every part of his body, even to the extent of his soul. Immersed in this warmth, Long Houchin only felt that his heart seemed to have become more transparent, and all the repressed emotions in his heart, including the regret he felt just now after learning about Electrolux's origin, unexpectedly disappeared. This kind of transparent feeling was just like that of a newborn baby. His spiritual energy didn't increase, but when Long Houchin woke up from this feeling, he completely understood how important the sun-moon divine snail was to him. Not only did it use its memories and reminders to influence him, it also used the last of its life force to cleanse his soul. Although the others didn't feel it personally, in their eyes, Long Houchin's change was also very clear. The orange-yellow radiance fused with his body, and Long Houchin's whole body seemed to have become transparent. Whether it was his eyes, his aura, or his spiritual energy, they all seemed to have a pure and holy feeling. In particular, Long Houchin's eyes seemed to have returned to the time when they first met. Looking at his left hand, Long Houchin remained silent for a moment. Suddenly, he took 2 steps forward, slowly kneeling on the ground, and kowtowed in the direction where the sun-moon divine snail disappeared. What the sun-moon divine snail taught him was not only tolerance, but also sacrifice. The defense of the sun and the moon depends on the heart, the guidance of the light, the protection of the gods. The dawn of dawn, the sunset of dusk, the alternation of the sun and the moon. The divine snail is the shield. Standing up again, Long Houchin slowly raised his left hand above his head. An orange-red radiance suddenly blossomed, and immediately after, a meter in diameter, completely sparkling golden shield appeared in his left hand. That shield shape wasn't the shape of the sun-moon divine snail's shell. The spiral-shaped halo revolved and finally condensed into a single point. Gentle and powerful, vast and majestic, this was the sun-moon divine snail shield. The golden shield shone with an orange-red radiance, which could only mean one thing: an epic equipment. Among all weapons and equipment, only at the epic tier would they have their own special luster, which was represented by an orange-red color. But at the level of divine equipment, it was different. Every divine equipment had its own special characteristics, and therefore didn't have its own special luster. Among the Knights Templars, even among the Golden Foundation armors, only 12 of them could reach the epic tier. They were known as the 12 Knights Templars, second only to the Knight of the Seal. The current Knight Captain Han Q was once one of these 12 Knight Templars, but as he grew older, he was no longer part of the main fighting force. Therefore, he had to hand over his epic tier Golden Foundation armor and exchange it for an ordinary Golden Foundation armor. Right now, the Sun Moon Divine Snail's shield in Long Houchen's hand was a powerful piece of epic equipment. Adding the Sun Moon Divine Snail's legendary defensive power, one could well imagine how much of a boost this shield provided to Long Houchen in his guardian knight state. This already couldn't be described as a pleasant surprise, but rather as an ecstasy. But right now, Long Houchen's heart was filled with heavy responsibility and deep sorrow. Let's go. Taking another deep look at the place where the Sun Moon Divine Snail had been, Long Houchen led his comrades to turn around and leave. This time's trip to the Swamps of Gloom was a lot more fruitful than they had imagined, to the extent that it could even compare to what they had gained in the illusory shrine. Only this time's harvest wasn't as direct as it had been in the illusory shrine, but from a practical point of view, it was even more fruitful than that time. The Forest Boa's Sosgate Snake Demon God, Forest Boa King, as well as the Demon God Pillar they had destroyed and the Sun Moon Divine Snail shield they had obtained. If all of this could be converted into fighting strength, after a few years of digestion, it could possibly even help them break through to the level of Emperor Monster Hunters. In fact, from the time they had been established until now, this team of monster hunters had only existed for less than 3 years. Without a doubt, Long Houchen and Kai had played a crucial role in their dual cores as God's chosen ones, but at the same time, luck had always been on their side. Coming out of the cave, everyone's gazes were focused on Long Houchen, waiting for him to announce the method of leaving. If they had followed the original path back, they would undoubtedly have gone through a lot of hardships. The best method was naturally to fly out of the swamp's poisonous fog. Not only would it be the fastest, it would also save them a lot of time, creating a better condition for them to leave the Swamps of Gloom. It was a pity that Haoyue's consumption of her origin was too great, and she couldn't fly with everyone. Long Houchen also sank into a short period of hesitation. Boss, we'll just fly out. Isn't it just some poisonous fog? We'll just have to clear a path. Sima Xian said. Long Houchen turned his head to Lin Exan, asking, "Is your spiritual energy still abundant?" Lin Exan nodded, expressing that he was fine. Long Houchen declared in a deep voice, "That's good. In a moment, I will be in charge of clearing the poisonous fog. Everyone, maintain your formation. We will first fly straight up, and after flying out of the poisonous fog, we will continue to fly in the sky before flying further away. Han Yu, Sima, Yuan, 12th Holy Guard, 10th Holy Guard, you 5 will be in the outer circle. I will fly at the very top. Ing Kai, 9th Holy Guard, 11th Holy Guard, and Lin Exan will be in the center. After flying, the mages in the center will prepare their spells. Ing have Madul prepare to release the Devil Dragon's pressure. In case we encounter any obstructions in the poisonous fog, no matter what kind of enemy it is, everyone will attack with all your strength and throw off the enemy. Use your fastest speed to rush out of the poisonous fog. Understood? Yes. Everyone replied in unison. The 4 wings on Long Houchen's back unfolded slowly, and the others released their own spiritual wings, standing in position according to Long Houchen's arrangement. An orange radiance shone on his left arm, and the shield of Sun Moon Divine Snail appeared once again. In his right hand, the aria of the Goddess of Light appeared. This was already Long Houchen's most powerful combination of equipment. Golden halos rapidly rippled from Long Houchen's body. Halo of faith, guardian's favor, angel's blessing, and halo of might all enveloped his comrades. The aria of the goddess of light in Long Houchen's right hand gradually turned incandescent. Raising the divine sword high above his head, his eyes became clear and holy. An intense, incandescent, holy light burst out from the aria of the goddess of light, and the four wings on his back flapped vigorously, propelling Long Houchen's body into the air. That incandescent radiance immediately erupted in the air. This wasn't a flame, but a holy splendor. The holy splendor left his body, erupting like flames. Even with a divine sword like the aria of the goddess of light, it still consumed Long Houchen's spiritual energy by a large amount. However, the effects were clear to see. Wherever the holy splendor passed, all the poisonous fog in a diameter of 100 meters disappeared instantly. "Let's go!" Long Houchen's loud shout resounded in the air. The others didn't dare delay and followed him closely. Maintaining a complete formation, they flapped their spiritual wings to chase after his figure in the air. Long Houchen's flying speed was extremely fast, and in a blink of an eye he was already 100 meters above the ground. He paused for a moment, waiting for his comrades to catch up. The holy splendor on the divine sword in his hand kept increasing in intensity, dispersing the poisonous fog in the surroundings by a large amount. Very quickly, everyone joined up with him, maintaining a uniform speed as they continued to rise in the air. Long Houchen fully opened his perception and discovered that after his heart regained its clarity, even his perception seemed to have become a lot stronger than before. The poisonous fog in the swamps of gloom was really thick. They kept rising for more than 500 meters, but still couldn't escape from the poisonous fog. In the distance, they could only see a dense, dark green color. If not for the illumination of Long Houchen's holy splendor, they wouldn't have been able to see anything. "Everyone be careful!" Long Houchen suddenly shouted. Immediately after, the orange radiance on his left hand shone brightly. Everyone only saw a large expanse of orange light sprinkling down from Long Houchen's left hand, and in that instant it enveloped everyone. Their surroundings were completely transformed into an orange world. Is this the shield wall skill that protects night? Impossible, right? Everyone had the same doubts and shock in their hearts. That's right, what Long Houchen was currently displaying was precisely the shield wall that protects night. Not to mention his companions. Even he himself did not expect the power of the shield wall to be so great. Normally speaking, the shield wall that protects night can protect one side or the whole body, but the total area won't exceed 10 square meters. It's an all-around powerful defensive skill. When Long Houchen was displaying the shield wall, he was only thinking of protecting the top of his head. But who would have thought that when he poured his spiritual energy into the Sun Moon Divine Snail shield, the whole shield of Sun Moon Divine Snail suddenly burst out with a rich orange color. Long Houchen only felt the perception that he had released come back, as if it was attached to the shield. Then the shield of Sun Moon Divine Snail shield expanded by itself. The shield that was originally only 1 meter in diameter actually expanded to 10 meters in diameter, forming a huge orange ball of light that enveloped everyone. Faintly, Long Houchen felt that the shield of Sun Moon Divine Snail shield was releasing an aura similar to the sun. The gentle spiritual energy fluctuations were filled with an indescribable feeling. Inside it, there was an inexplicable feeling of stability. Poo, pu, 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 pu. A series of colliding sounds were heard. Inside the shield wall, there was no change. Even Long Houchen, who was displaying the skill, didn't feel any impact. An even more shocking scene appeared. That orange-colored shield of Sun Moon Divine Snail shield unexpectedly became transparent, just like an orange-colored crystal, allowing them to see everything outside. Long Houchin saw that under the effect of the shield of Sun Moon Divine Snail, the surrounding poisonous fog was dispersing at a speed no slower than the Saint Flower. The danger that appeared in his perception was a 3-inch long flying insect that was completely dark green in color. This kind of flying insect had a very fierce appearance. Its head was very big, but half of its head was occupied by a large mouth full of white teeth. The wings on its back flapped, continuously spitting out dark green poisonous fog, while trying to bite through the defense of the shield of Sun Moon Divine Snail. A single flying insect like this was nothing more than a joke to Long Houchin's group. From the appearance of these flying insects, they were at most second or third grade magical beasts. However, although they were small in size, their numbers were really too terrifying. The whole area surrounding the shield wall was actually filled with these flying insects. Even if they were repelled by the shield of Sun Moon Divine Snail, Long Houchin's group still couldn't see the poisonous fog outside. This wasn't just one or two, but millions of poisonous flying insects. Only now did Long Houchin's group understand what was the most frightening thing in this swamp of gloom. When their numbers reached a certain level, the quantitative change would inevitably lead to a qualitative change. Not to mention Long Houchin's group, even if it was the snake demon god or Andamari here, they wouldn't be able to get away easily. The only thing they could do was to quickly run back to the surface and nothing more. It was precisely in this kind of situation that the shield of Sun Moon Divine Snail displayed its incomparably powerful defense. The shield itself didn't have any ability to injure the enemy, but had a special kind of elasticity. A gentle light essence rippled outwards, and every time it rippled outwards, it would bounce back a large area of these poisonous flying insects. The poisonous flying insects had no way of biting its body. At the same time, Long Houchin discovered that the consumption of spiritual energy required to maintain the shield wall was actually negligible. Even with the shield of Sun Moon Divine Snail's large area of defense, Long Houchin's consumption of spiritual energy was only around 5 units per second. For someone with a total spiritual energy of over 14,000 units, this consumption was nothing. In a single breath, he could recover his spiritual energy through his 3 spiritual cavities. Fly with all your strength, let's rush out. No matter how thick the poisonous fog was, there was still a limit. With the shield of Sun Moon Divine Snail's powerful defensive ability, it would be strange if they couldn't fly out. Under the protection of that orange radiance, Long Houchin's group continued to fly upwards for over a kilometer, before finally seeing the light of day again. After breaking out of the encirclement, the poisonous flying insects surrounding the shield wall finally disappeared. However, the group hiding behind the shield wall felt as if their whole body was soaked in cold sweat. The number of poisonous flying insects was really too terrifying, so they were the main source of the poisonous fog in the swamp. In this 1 kilometer thick fog, these poisonous flying insects occupied almost all the space. Perhaps their total number was in the hundreds of millions. If they didn't have the shield of Sun Moon Divine Snail's incomparably powerful defensive equipment, even a group of powerhouses of the 9th step would only end up as food for these poisonous flying insects in the end. While they were rushing out in the end, even the radiance surrounding the shield of Sun Moon Divine Snail had dimmed, clearly corroded by the poisonous fog. If they had stayed in this poisonous fog for a long time, Long Houchin didn't dare to be sure that the shield of Sun Moon Divine Snail would have been able to withstand it. Furthermore, the most frightening thing was that in this poisonous fog, it was impossible to use any other elemental essence. Thus, in the later part of the flight, Long Houchin had to rely on his own spiritual energy to support himself, without being able to recover it. At this time, it was already evening, and the afterglow of the setting sun shone on the shield of Sun Moon Divine Snail, causing its orange radiance to become even more gentle and moving. Long Houchin put away the shield wall and took a deep breath while facing the setting sun. The large amount of light essence in the air immediately rushed towards him, restoring his previous consumption. Right at this time, Long Houchin suddenly felt the shield of Sun Moon Divine Snail in his left hand heating up. When he looked at it again, the shield of Sun Moon Divine Snail seemed to have become somewhat illusory. With a flash of light, the shield automatically disappeared from his left hand, no longer under his control. What's going on? Long Houchin was in a daze. Could it be that the shield of Sun Moon Divine Snail couldn't withstand the previous corrosion? He tried several times, but was unable to summon the shield of Sun Moon Divine Snail again. It looked like he would have to keep trying to discover all of the mysteries behind this powerful shield of epic tier. The fresh air was refreshing, and everyone was taking deep breaths just like Long Houchin. The lingering fear in their hearts gradually disappeared, replaced by a kind of feeling that made their whole body and mind feel refreshed. Lin Xan said with a laugh, "Boss, tell me, since we destroyed a demon god pillar, can't we call ourselves heroes of our alliance, or even heroes of humanity?" Seeing his excited appearance, Long Houchin couldn't help but smile, but didn't say anything. On the side, Han Yu said in a low voice, "You're right, we are heroes in the first place. From the moment we became demon hunters, we were already heroes. Being a demon hunter is a lifelong occupation, and there are 3 circumstances in which this identity ends. The first one is when the Alliance needs it, the second one is when we are unable to fight anymore, and the most likely one is when we die on the battlefield. As long as the demons are not destroyed, we demon hunters will resist them to the end. For the Alliance, we already don't care about our own lives. For the sake of humanity, we're more than willing to sacrifice ourselves, so how can we not be heroes?" Lin Xian was surprisingly silent and didn't boast anymore. However, every Commander Tier Monster Hunt 64 Demon Hunter couldn't help but show a trace of pride from the bottom of their heart. Fighting for the sake of their race, fighting for humanity. To them, this was definitely not a boast. Let's go! Using the afterglow of the setting sun, Long Houchin determined the direction and flapped his spiritual wings, bringing his comrades to fly at high speed to the north. The group of 7, plus the 4 holy guards, left behind 11 intense streaks of light in the air, disappearing from the horizon in the blink of an eye at a distance of 2,000 meters. At that time, when he received the 16 missions, Long Houchin was prepared to fight against the demons for a long time, and to complete these missions for at least a year. Even then, he might not necessarily be able to complete them. But today, after a few months, not only did they complete all the missions, they even destroyed a demon god pillar and gained even more benefits. Of course, in the past few months, they had also paid an enormous price. They had wandered back and forth between life and death several times, and Long Houchin and Kai had almost died at the hands of the demons. In the end, it still led to Kai losing her memories. A few short months felt like a few years to them, and everyone seemed to have matured a lot. Long Houchin obviously had his reasons for leading his comrades to fly north. Only by flying north and leaving the Andro province would they be able to get as far away from the main forces of the demons as possible. This was because the central province of the demons was in the south. If the demon emperor or the other demons sensed Andamari's death or the destruction of the demon god pillar, they would definitely dispatch powerhouses from the south to investigate. If they retreated to the south or the west, there was a possibility of encountering powerful enemies. Only by going north would they be able to get as far away from the enemy as possible. Before entering the swamps of gloom, Long Houchin had already planned out their route of retreat. They would first head north, before retreating to the west from the northern cold lands. This time, they chose to retreat to the Exorcist Mountain Pass. Wasn't the Exorcist Mountain Pass in the north of the Temple League? So it wasn't too much of a detour, and this would be a lot safer. Of course, they couldn't stay in the air for a long time. One reason was because of the huge consumption of spiritual energy, and the other reason was because of the demons' detection of the air. However, they were currently in the innermost part of the demons' territory, almost on the eastern coast of the demons' territory. The surveillance here was a lot more relaxed, especially in the swamps of gloom. flying at full speed. After half an hour, Long Houchen's companions of the sixth step started to be unable to hold on. Fortunately, they were already out of the range of the swamps of gloom at that time. When they landed on the ground, it was already late at night, but Long Houchen didn't let his companions rest too much, only letting them recover their spiritual energy. After taking some of the pills made by Lin Xan to recover their spiritual energy, they immediately resumed their journey, continuing north at full speed. After landing on the ground, Long Houchen recalled the 4 great holy guards, and everyone once again changed into their moon devil's attire, continuing their journey day and night. The defense of the demon's territory in the east was indeed lax. Han Yu released his evil eye and kept using appraisal and eyes of truth to investigate. Everyone did their best to avoid the demon's territory, and their journey could be considered smooth. After traveling north for 5 days, as the temperature kept getting colder and colder, the commander Tier Monster Hunt 64 approached the demon's territory. At that time, Long Houchen changed his direction, heading west. In the following half a month of hurrying, everything went exceptionally smoothly. Even after passing through 2 provinces where the demons were supposed to be densely populated, they unexpectedly didn't run into any trouble. They didn't even discover a large-scale army of demons. As night fell, everyone sat around a bonfire, warming up their rations. Long Houchen sat there, wrinkling his brows, as if pondering over something. Sima Xian chuckled. "Boss, what's the matter? Our return went so smoothly. Is there something else that's troubling you? According to the map, we should reach the intersection between the demons and our Temple League around noon tomorrow. As long as we pass through the demons' border, we will be able to return to the Exorcist Mountain Pass, our own territory." Long Houchen shook his head. "Don't you think it's a bit strange? On our way back, although we have been taking small and remote paths, it seems to have gone too smoothly. The demons' population is astonishing, but we haven't even encountered a decent army of demons. This is too abnormal. In fact, it can be said that we have traversed through the demons' northern provinces. Furthermore, the closer we are to the border, the more supplies we will encounter. Although the demons have stationed a large amount of troops at the border, the supplies seem to be a bit too concentrated." Han Yu's line of thought was the closest to Long Houchen's, and immediately reacted. "Captain, are you saying that the demons might be carrying out a large-scale operation against the Temple League?" Long Houchen nodded. "It's very possible, although I don't know the total amount of supplies the demons have mobilized. From the frequency of their movements, we can see that this time the demons have mobilized a considerable amount of troops. It might even surpass that time when we went through the monster hunter's trial in the Exorcist Mountain Pass." Sima Xian chuckled coldly. "Isn't that just perfect for us to kill to our heart's content? It just so happens that we can get rid of some demon bastards on the battlefield at the right time. Speaking of which, war missions are the most satisfying. With sufficient logistical support and the assistance of our allies on the battlefield, we can display our full strength without any misgivings." The commander grade Monster Hunt 64 could be said to be completely different from before. Compared to when they first arrived at the Exorcist Mountain Pass, they were now a lot more powerful. Hearing Sima Xian's words, everyone was eager to give it a try. Continuously experiencing life and death, the trials of iron and blood, they were continuously maturing, and their strength was increasing substantially. The battlefield was not only the best place to test their strength, but also the most rewarding place. Long Houchen declared, "Han Yu, from now on, let the evil eye keep using eagle eyes and true sight. Everyone is on high alert at all times. Not only will we rest here tonight, we will also rest for the day tomorrow. These days of hurrying on the road, everyone is a bit tired. Since the Exorcist Mountain Pass is likely to be attacked by the demons, we have to recover to our peak condition first. Passing through the border of the demons won't be so easy. Indeed, ever since leaving the swamps of gloom, they hadn't had the slightest delay in their journey. Although everyone's bodies were still able to bear it, rushing on at full speed every day was really exhausting. Especially when they were in the territory of the demons, they had to maintain a high level of vigilance at all times, which made everyone extremely tired. Eating the roasted rations, Long Houchin looked at Kai, sitting not far from him with a gentle look, his heart calm. These days, Kai's attitude towards him seemed to have improved a lot. At least, she wasn't as vigilant as she had been when she had just lost her memories. Furthermore, she was gradually getting familiar with her comrades. What made Long Houchin the most happy was that Kai was gradually grasping her abilities, recovering at least 80% of her original abilities. Everything seemed to be developing in a good direction. Long Houchin believed that after she met her parents and relatives, it would be of great help to her recovery of her memories. Ever since he received the baptism of the Sun-Moon Divine Snail, Long Houchin's heart seemed to have become a lot more transparent. All the negative thoughts he had accumulated over these years were completely washed away, and his transparent heart as the scion of light was completely restored. Not only did his thinking become more meticulous, he also became more mature, and his will became firmer and steadier. Kai seemed to have sensed Long Houchin's gaze, raising her head to look at him. When the two of them looked at each other, Kai's lips curled up, revealing a moving smile. Long Houchin stared blankly, suddenly feeling that Kai's current state wasn't bad. Although she had lost her memories, she had also lost those painful memories of her childhood. Only he didn't know when he would be able to regain that intimacy with her. He really wanted to hold her in his bosom. After a night and a day of rest, everyone from the 64th Commander Grade Demon Hunt Squad felt completely refreshed. Ever since they entered the demons' territory, with the exception of the days they spent in Major Jacques City, this was the first time they had the time to rest like this. The sun was setting in the west, gradually entering the evening. Long Houchin led his comrades once again, heading towards the border. Under the evil eye surveillance, they did their utmost to advance cautiously. From afar, the demon camp was already in sight. When everyone saw the demon camp from afar, they couldn't help but hold their breaths. Everyone's face became unsightly. Compared to the previous demon camp they had seen before, the current demon camp had increased by at least 3 times. In fact, among the demons, the ones who could live in tents were all mid- and high-ranked demons. Low-ranked demons, like the dual-bladed demons, could only sleep in the wilderness. The Exorcist Mountain Pass originally had quite a lot of demons stationed there, and now that it had increased by 3 times, their numbers would easily surpass 1 million. In fact, even if all the demons could be soldiers, 1 million demon army was still an incomparably terrifying number. Furthermore, this number wasn't the most shocking thing. The most shocking thing was that from the distant hillside, they could clearly see that in the demon camp there were 8 different colored radiances, faintly illuminating the base of the formation. Just like 8 sea stabilizing needles, they supported the backbone of the whole demon camp. Demon god pillars. Those were astonishingly demon god pillars. 8 demon god pillars implied that there were 8 demon gods overseeing this place. Furthermore, the 2 demon god pillars in the middle of the army were emitting particularly strong rays of light, clearly indicating that they weren't ordinary demon gods. They should be extremely powerful existences. What were the demons planning to do? Were they planning to launch an all-out attack on the Alliance? Long Houchin's group couldn't help but have this thought. Looking at the seemingly boundless demon camp, Long Houchin sunk into contemplation. The others didn't utter a word, silently waiting for his decision. A demon army of 1 million, with 8 great demon gods overseeing it, wasn't something that could be easily broken through. Chapter 158. We'll take a detour. Long Houchin made a decision after pondering for a moment. The Exorcist Mountain Range is located near the center of the Exorcist Mountain Range. The Exorcist Mountain Range stretches for thousands of miles. Even if the demon army is several times more numerous, it's still impossible to block the entire border. If we take a detour, we'll be able to find a place with relatively weak defenses. As long as we enter the Exorcist mountain range, we'll naturally be able to return to the Exorcist mountain range. After deciding on the plan, everyone immediately set off, maintaining a sufficient distance from the demon camp. They moved horizontally, heading north. Because the demons' main camp was in the southeast, only going north would give them more opportunities, and it wouldn't be easy for them to run into the demons' reinforcements. The demon army's encampment range was larger than they had imagined. The main army stretched for hundreds of miles, and there was also a large number of auxiliary troops, patrols, and scouts roaming around the edges. Apart from the demon army at the front of the Exorcist mountain range, there were demons' beacon towers and a small number of garrisons at every distance. Of course, these places were in the direction of the mountain range, used to prevent the Temple League from descending from the mountains to carry out a sneak attack. After all, the border was so long that it was impossible for the demons to completely surround the Temple League. This was also the reason why Long Houchen had chosen to take a detour. Of course, this method wasn't created by Long Houchen. Monster hunters above the 6th step almost all chose to break through the weak points and enter each other's territory. For safety's sake, Long Houchen and the others continued north for nearly 200 miles before stopping. At this time, the sky was already bright and it was almost noon. Finding a thicket that wasn't too dense, Long Houchen brought his companions to rest. Night was the best time to hide, and tonight was the night they would return to the Demon Alliance. According to Long Houchen, dawn was actually the best time, because at that time, whether it was humans or demons, their willpower was at its lowest. However, there was one problem that restricted his choice of time, and that was the shield of Sun Moon Divine Snail. After a few days of experimentation, Long Houchen realized that his Sun Moon Divine Snail shield could not be released at dawn and dusk. Without a doubt, the protection of the Sun Moon Divine Snail shield was immensely powerful. With this shield casting the shield wall, the might of the shield wall could even last against a Type 9 powerhouse for some time. Even a Type 8 powerhouse would not be able to break his defense easily. Although it was not very dangerous to break through from this side, to be safe, Long Houchen naturally wanted to break through the demon's scouting line when the Sun Moon Divine Snail shield could be used. Everyone was recuperating in the bushes. They didn't light a fire as they silently waited for the night to come. Han Yu's evil eye quietly floated above the shrubs. His gigantic single eye flashed with a crystal light from time to time as he scanned his surroundings. At this time, they were about 20 li away from the demon's sentry post, which was a distance that the demon's scouting magic couldn't reach, especially since this was not the front of the Exorcist mountain pass. In the general class Monster Hunt 64, other than Long Houchen and Kai, whose cultivation had risen the fastest, the other people's speed of improvement wasn't slow at all. It was just that their radiance was completely overshadowed by Long Houchen and Kai. For example, Han Yu. The current Han Yu had an internal spiritual energy of more than 6,000, which was the standard cultivation of the 4th level of the 6th step. He was only in his 20s. To give a simple example, when Long Houchen's father was the same age as Han Yu, his cultivation might not have been higher than Han Yu's. Along with the increase in Han Yu's strength, his demon beast companion, the Evil Eye, had also evolved to the commander rank, which was roughly equivalent to a human 6th step powerhouse. Its single eye was already more than half a meter in diameter, and it had 4 soft tentacles that were more than 6 meters long. Although its main use in monster hunters was to scout, in fact, the Evil Eye's fighting strength was also quite good. The sky gradually darkened. At the border, the demon's army lit bonfires. A team of 50 dual-bladed demons was patrolling the border. The number of dual-bladed demons was the largest among the demons. This kind of hard and tiring work was naturally done by them. In addition to the dual-bladed demons, there was also a demon eye warlock in this team who was responsible for passing messages. While they were advancing, the demon Eye Warlock suddenly let out a shriek and stopped. The dual-bladed demons also quickly stopped and surrounded him. These low-level demons didn't have any language, and they relied on their instincts to pass messages. The demon Eye Warlock's 6 eyes stared in one direction, but in the next moment, whether it was him or the dual-bladed demons, they couldn't help but tremble and crawl on the ground. A team of people dressed in black robes was moving quickly in their direction. The one at the front wasn't humanoid, but an incomparably huge black dragon. The dragon's eyes flickered with red light, and with just a cold glance at the demon Eye Warlock and the dual-bladed demon, these patrolling demons almost went limp. Behind the black dragon, there were a total of 9 black-robed people. Among them, the person walking at the front lifted the cloak on his head, revealing an extremely handsome face. He took out a token in his hand and waved it at the demon Eye Warlock and the dual-bladed demon. But his feet didn't stop at all, and he strode away with his head held high. Don't mention obstructing or questioning them, for the demon Eye Warlock and the dual-bladed demon. They didn't even have the courage to stand up in the face of the heaven-defying demon dragon's coercion. They could only watch in awe as these existences, who might be the top powerhouses of the demons, left. Gradually, they disappeared into the night, and the direction in which they went was the demon mountain range. Only when the dragon's might completely disappeared did this team of patrolling soldiers get up from the ground, but their breathing had clearly become heavy. This was the first time they were in such close contact with a top powerhouse. It would be strange if they could remain calm. The same situation happened one after another at the border, and at least 4 teams of patrolling soldiers were so scared that they went limp on the ground. If it was just a humanoid powerhouse of the demons, they might have dared to step forward and ask. But the problem was that the one leading them was a genuine heaven-defying demon dragon. The total number of heaven-defying demon dragons in the entire demons was no more than 200, and they were the true direct subordinates of the demon dragon emperor. Even some of the lower-ranked demon gods had to be careful in front of them, let alone these low-level demons who were in charge of patrolling. Medel is becoming more and more like a model. Under the cover of the black robe, a chuckle suddenly sounded. The leader of the black-robed people turned his head and coldly glared at the person who spoke. The person who spoke hurriedly shut his mouth, not daring to say another word. That's right. Wasn't this team of black-robed people Long Houchin and the others? In order to pretend to be a demon hunter, Long Houchin summoned Holy Guard number 11 and number 12. Everyone wore black robes, and Medel Piglet directly transformed into the appearance of a heaven-defying demon dragon. Although it only had a suppressive aura and no actual combat power, it was enough to scare those low-level demons. The journey was much smoother than expected. Until they entered the demon mountain range, Medel ate the 5th grade 6 magic crystal and maintained the appearance of a heaven-defying demon dragon. They did not encounter any trouble at all. In fact, with their current appearance, it was normal that they did not encounter any trouble. With the appearance of a demon hunter, not to mention ordinary patrolling soldiers, even a grade 7 or 8 demons might not dare to go forward to inspect the team. The Dragon Group Demon Hunter was a powerful existence at the core level. It was just that they had experienced too many dangers in the demon's territory, so Long Houchin had to be careful. When they finally entered the demon mountain range, everyone finally relaxed. From this moment on, they could be considered to have returned to the territory that belonged to humans. Medel transformed back into a piglet and fell asleep in Chinning Er's arms. Medel had also improved significantly. Even if he had sufficient magic crystals to replenish himself, he could not transform into a grade 9 demons for such a long time. However, at least before Chinning or advanced to grade 7, he would not be able to advance to that level. After changing out of their black robes, taking off their magic eyes, and recalling the 2 holy guards, Long Houchin and the others immediately transformed back into the appearance of monster hunters. Under the black robes, everyone was fully equipped. Now that they were revealed, they naturally had a strong aura. Murderous aura was cultivated in life and death battles. They could not feel it themselves, but in fact, the constant training had changed their temperament a lot. This was not a place to stop, and everyone directly climbed to the top of the Demon Mountain Range. The Demon Mountain Range was the largest mountain range in the Temple League. Not only was it 1,000 miles wide, but it was also nearly 100 miles deep, even with their strength. If they did not fly, it would be impossible to traverse the entire Demon Mountain Range in less than 2 days. To be cautious and not be discovered by enemies who might be hiding in the mountain range, Long Houchin naturally would not let his companions fly to save energy. To them, climbing was not too strenuous. Wang Yuanyuan helped Shaning, and Sima Xian helped Lin Xan. The speed at which everyone climbed the mountain was not much slower than moving on flat ground. The night gradually darkened. After entering the Demon Mountain Range for more than 2 hours, Long Houchin and the others finally reached the peak of the first mountain. This mountain was more than 2,000 meters tall. The north was cold to begin with, and the mountain peak was completely covered in ice and snow. The mountain wind at night was even more intense and chilling. There seems to be a situation in the south. Han Yu suddenly whispered to Long Houchin. Long Houchin looked in the direction he pointed. Because the mountain peak was covered in clouds and there was no light at night, he still could not see anything with his eyesight. Han Yu said, "Evil Eye found them, and there seems to be quite a lot of them. But the distance is too far, and I can't tell if they are our people or the demons." Long Houchin thought for a moment, then said, "Let Evil Eye fly closer to investigate. At the very least, we need to find out if these people are sneaking into the Demon Mountain Range or going out." Han Yu's eyes lit up, and he immediately understood Long Houchin's meaning. Obviously, if these people were coming out from the mountain range, then it was very likely that they were sent by humans. If they were heading into the mountain range, then it was much more likely that they were demons. Humans would not set up fortifications in such a peripheral area. Therefore, the sudden appearance of this army, be it humans or demons, would be a surprise force. Evil Eye gently waved its 4 long tentacles and flew out. As a spiritual type magical beast, its usefulness was sometimes even greater than that of higher-level magical beasts. Its body floated up and flew in the direction of the previous traces. If one paid close attention, they would notice that the Evil Eye's body produced a slightly distorted layer of light. This was the Evil Eye's spiritual wave. With this spiritual wave, any detection magic that landed on it would be like falling into the air and would not have any effect, especially those long-range detection magic. Evil Eye returned very quickly. The entire investigation process only took about a quarter of an hour. When it returned in front of everyone, before Han Yu could ask any questions, the Evil Eye's huge single eye lit up with a layer of strange silver-white light. Then a ray of light was projected in front of everyone, and naturally a scene was revealed. Han Yu saw this scene and was shocked. "Ah, you have evolved a new ability again. You can actually store images, that's great." Everyone had no time to marvel at the Evil Eye's ability, and they all fixed their eyes on the image. Suddenly, everyone's expression became solemn. The ones that appeared in the image were the demons. They were quietly crossing the mountains and climbing toward the inner part of the Demon Mountain Range. Among these demons, some demons floating in the air were releasing layers of distorted light waves. This was a very small race of demons called tamed demons. They were also spiritual type, but they were incomparable to the commander-level Evil Eye. Their cultivation was around the 4th level, and they could release shielding spiritual energy similar to the Evil Eye's. Because the Evil Eye's cultivation was higher than theirs, and it was also a spiritual type magical beast, it could clearly sense their existence before. There were at least 30 tamed demons. These ferocious-looking fellows were only the size of human babies, and the spiritual waves they released covered the entire demon's army. The number of demons in this army was not very large, about 5,000. However, based on Long Houchin and the others' understanding of demons, this was definitely an elite army. In addition to the tamed demons flying in the sky, there were 6 spore demons with sharp mouths, thick skin, and hollow bellies. Although the spore demons did not have much combat ability, Longhouchen and the others had seen their restraining ability with their own eyes. Back then, Tianqing and his king-tier monster hunters were almost surrounded and killed by the Jacques demons because of the spore demons' mucus. Among the ground troops, there were about 1,000 mad demons at the forefront. Through the image taken by the evil eye, it could be seen that these 1,000 mad demons were definitely the elites among the mad demons. Among them, there were more than 100 crimson blood mad demons leading them, and each crimson blood mad demon commanded 9 elite mad demons. The crimson blood mad demons were at least at the 6th grade, and the stronger ones could even reach the 7th grade. As for those elite mad demons, they were probably around the Type 5 realm. It could be said that the mad demons had definitely sent out their elites. There were no more than 200 crimson blood demons in the entire mad demons' army. Their combat power on the ground was not as simple as being strong, but also fierce and fearless. The Temple League generally liked to call the mad demons as mad demons, which showed how powerful the mad demons were in the war between humans and demons. After the 1,000 mad demons was the real main force of this elite army. The first was the 500 bear demons. The demonic bear was huge and powerful, and its skin was thick and coarse. Even the most ordinary bear demons had the cultivation of the 6th grade. For an army, if they could be equipped with existences like the bear demons, then it was equivalent to adding a thick shield to the entire army. After the bear demons, there were 500 demons that Longhouchen and the others had never encountered before. These demons were emitting specks of starlight, and they looked humanoid. However, if one looked closely, they would find that their bodies were actually floating in the air, and their feet did not touch the ground as they floated forward. They were wearing cloaks, and each held a staff that also shone with starlight in their hands. "What race is this?" Wang Yuanyuan asked doubtfully. "They shouldn't be star demons. Star demons are all dressed in orange, which is very easy to recognize." Longhouchen said with a solemn expression, "These should be hell demons who are good at dark magic. Among the demons, there are 2 most powerful demons who only use magic. One is naturally the star demons, known as the strongest magic race among demons. With the great prophecy spell, the star demon's position among demons has never been shaken. However, there is another powerful group of demons who use magic, and that is the hell demons. Hell demons are divided into 2 groups. One is hell demons, and the other is hell blood demons. Among them, hell demons are a pure magic race, which is what we see in front of us. Their leader is the current 5th demon god of the demons, the hell demon god Marbus. He also has a high position among the demons. Apart from the demon emperor, the real leaders of the demons are moon demon Agars, star demon Vashik, necromancer demon god Samakina, and this hell demon god Marbus. I didn't expect this army to even mobilize hell demons, and there are as many as 500 of them. They are at least grade 6 or above, and there must be someone even stronger leading them. 1,000 mad demons, 500 bear demons, 500 hell demons, and the 3,000 behind were all great demons. The commander of this army was also a demon, a powerful demon with a height of more than 8 meters and a pair of blood-red wings on his back. When this powerful demon appeared in the image of the evil eye, the image only flashed and then disappeared completely. Obviously, the evil eye was afraid that his observation would be discovered by this powerful demon. That could it be a demon king demons? Han Yu gasped. Longhouchen nodded silently, should be right. Legend has it that the necromancer demon god Samakina has 4 demon kings under him, and some say that there are 6 demon kings. All of them are grade 9 powerhouses, and are brothers with the necromancer demon god and the demon monarch Samakina. This army of demons is too scary, and I don't know if our luck is good or bad. Everyone naturally understood what Longhouchen meant. Their luck was naturally because they discovered this army of demons. Since they discovered them, there would be a chance to warn the Temple League. However, how could they warn them? Facing such an elite army of demons that even they felt powerless, what could they do? The danger was obvious. This danger far exceeded what they had encountered in the dark swamp. The greatest danger in the dark swamp came from uncertainty, and the demons in front of them were truly overwhelming. Not to mention them, even a team of legend rank monster hunters would definitely not face such a terrifying demon army head-on. With the strength of the demons, they could at most bring out 10 such elite troops. This was a force of 5,000 demons, and they had both long-range and melee combat abilities. Even if their equipment was far from comparable to that of the humans, their individual strength could be described as terrifying. An army of 5,000 demons with an average cultivation of over the Tier 6 realm was something that the humans couldn't even muster up to 2. Lin Xin frowned. Are they going to infiltrate the Alliance to carry out a surprise attack? If such an army of demons were to enter the Alliance, the consequences would be unimaginable. Long Houchen nodded silently. Han Yu said to Long Houchen, Captain, I'll go inform them. They are an army advancing, and they still have to avoid being discovered. They definitely won't be as fast as me alone. I have the evil eye, and with the evil eye's spiritual power shielding me, I can definitely cross the mountain ahead of them and rush to the Exorcist mountain pass to ask for reinforcements. At the very least, we can inform our garrison in the Exorcist mountain range in advance. I believe they also have a way to inform the Exorcist mountain range. Long Houchen narrowed his eyes, and after thinking for a moment, he said, All right, then, I'll trouble you. Be careful. We will try our best to buy time for you. With such a powerful army of demons already entering the Exorcist mountain range, they couldn't delay any longer. The sooner they could inform the Exorcist mountain range, the more advantageous it would be for them. Therefore, he made a prompt decision and immediately agreed to Han Yu's proposal. Originally, Kair was the most suitable candidate to go inform them. As an assassin, whether it was her ability to conceal herself or her speed, she far surpassed Han Yu. But the problem was that she had lost her memory, and there were too many uncertainties in all aspects. Long Houchen really didn't dare to let her handle this matter. Not to mention anything else. What if she got lost in the Exorcist mountain range? Han Yu called out to the evil eye, and immediately went down the mountain. Before leaving, Lin Xin especially gave him a few bottles of pills to restore spiritual power. It was very clear that Han Yu had to use the fastest speed possible to send a message to the Exorcist mountain range. This would undoubtedly be an enormous consumption for him. After Han Yu left, Long Houchen led everyone to crouch in a circle. This army of demons is not something we can contend against. Not only us, but the garrison in the Exorcist mountain range is also the same. In terms of military command and mobilization, we are not good at it. Therefore, what we can do now is to let the Exorcist mountain range know of the existence of this army of demons as soon as possible. Han Yu needs time, so we have to do 2 things at the same time. One is to expose the whereabouts of this army of demons as much as possible, and the other is to drag them down and slow down their speed to the Exorcist mountain range. But this will undoubtedly be very dangerous. You stay here and don't participate in this operation. Lin Xin, you too. Both of you are magic professions. It will be difficult for you to escape. Kair will stay to protect them. Yuan, Sima, the 2 of you, one on the left and one on the right, go up the mountain on the 2 sides and surpass this army of demons from the side. Then directly use your strength to split open the mountain. Use the mountain rocks to give them some blows. The bigger the noise, the better. After finishing, immediately come back and rendezvous with and Lin Xin. I will be in charge of close-range harassment and see if there is a chance to kill those demons. No, boss, this is too dangerous. Lin Xin said almost without hesitation. Although the task Long Houchen gave himself was only the last sentence. But harassing such a demon army at close range was not a joke. It must be known that this demon army was equipped with spore demons. The spore demons' mucus covered a very large area. Once he was sprayed, even with Long Houchen's cultivation, it would be almost impossible to escape. Listening to Lin Xian's words, Long Houchen's face sank. We are demon hunters, so naturally we have to bear the risk. Moreover, there is no one more suitable than me to do this. Don't worry, I have the 4 holy guards and Yu Ting's assistance. Hao Yue's strength has recovered at least 80%, and I have the Tower of Eternity to hide in. I can escape no matter what. Moreover, if I am alone, it will be much easier to escape. Therefore, it is most suitable for me to carry out the harassment. This demon army must not be allowed to enter the alliance. Otherwise, it will be a disaster, and I don't know how many compatriots will be hurt by these demons. Time is running out. Act immediately. As he said, Long Houchen had already taken the lead and swept forward. His toes touched the mountain rock, and his whole body glided down the mountain. In midair, his spiritual power was restrained, and it did not emit a golden light, but his whole body floated down like a feather. Wang Yuan and Sima Xian looked at each other, nodded to each other, and immediately went down the mountain from both sides. Although they did not have the strength of Long Houchen, the speed of going down the mountain was much faster than going up the mountain. Channing pouted gloomily. I don't have a share. I really feel that I am getting more and more useless. Kai sat next to her and also complained, Aren't I the same? When he did this, he did not bring me along. He clearly has the ability to fight. Looking at Kai, Er's almost spoiled appearance, Channing, Er's complaints suddenly disappeared. The corners of her mouth twitched, and she smiled. Kai, I like this look of yours. It is so cute. If I were a man, I would definitely pursue you. Kai, blinked her beautiful big eyes, looked in the direction in which Long Houchen left, and gave an irrelevant answer. He will really not be in danger, right? Lin Xian smiled and said, Don't worry, he will not. Boss is right. It is actually the safest for him to act alone. Vice leader, I find that you are more and more concerned about Boss. Is it because your memory has recovered? Kai shook her head and said, I still can't remember. I just vaguely feel that I do know him, and he is so good to me. I always feel very safe when I am with him. Chen Ying sighed softly and said, I really envy you. Compared to a certain someone, Boss is really so much stronger. If I knew Boss earlier, maybe I would have snatched him from you. Kai blinked again and said, I don't think you can snatch him away. Uffed. Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh at the side. Chen Ying glared at Kai a little angrily, but when she met Kai's extremely pure and beautiful eyes, she unconsciously became discouraged. That's right. Who could snatch Long Houchen from Kai's hands? Jumping down from the mountain peak, Long Houchen felt as if he had become the wind at this moment. He did not release his spiritual wings because the light from them was too bright, and it would be easy for the enemy to detect it. Thus, he could only try his best to restrain his aura. At this moment, spiritual energy as high as tens of thousands was circulating rapidly in his body. Every time Long Houchen took a deep breath, the 3 spiritual orifices in his body would frantically absorb the light elements in the air, and his body would also seem to become lighter. Under the effect of the biting cold mountain wind, the speed of his descent was not fast, and he was practically descending along the mountain. A faint layer of distorted light quietly emitted from Long Houchen's forehead, and it felt a little like the evil eye's detection shielding skill. Of course, Long Houchen did not have any spiritual type abilities, but one must not forget that he had extraordinary spiritual power. Although he was not a spiritual type expert and could not directly use spiritual power, his spiritual power was extremely strong. With his current spiritual power, even if the evil eye directly used a spiritual attack on him, the effect would not be obvious. Thus, although Long Houchen did not have any skills, He had the ability to mobilize his powerful spiritual power and condense it around his body, naturally forming a layer of spiritual protection. It had the same effect as the evil eye's skill, but a different approach. However, after he used his spiritual power to envelop his body, he naturally could not use his perception to explore the surrounding situation. Therefore, this method of using spiritual power could only be used when he was hiding from a distance. Long Houchin was already a rank 7 Temple Knight, so he was naturally not too restricted by the terrain in this mountain range. He identified the direction given by the evil eye and quickly moved forward. Moving alone was naturally much faster than when he was with his companions. Passing through the mountains and ridges, he gradually closed the distance between him and the demons. Because it was in the north, there was less vegetation on the mountains here, only some coniferous forests. Hiding Long Houchin's figure alone was still possible, but it was a little difficult to hide the demons' army of thousands. Therefore, when Long Houchin climbed over the third mountain peak, he had already seen the demons' army from afar with his amazing eyesight. Looking from afar, these demons' powerhouses were like a swarm of locusts spreading towards the interior of the demon mountain range at lightning speed. These guys were worthy of being called the demons' elite. Not only were they extremely fast, they were also very quiet. They didn't make the slightest sound, nor did they have any elemental radiance. They were completely relying on their tyrannical bodies to climb. Without a doubt, among these demons, the ones with the weakest physical strength were the Hell Demons. Therefore, they were protected behind the Bear Demon and were practically in the center of the entire demon army. However, their weak bodies corresponded to their formidable magical abilities. Although he hadn't fought against the Hell Demons, Long Houchin could completely imagine what kind of frightening scene it would be if so many Hell Demons attacked at the same time. Even if they directly attacked the Exorcist Mountain Range's wide stronghold, perhaps the Exorcist Mountain Range's defending army would be exhausted, and they might even suffer a huge blow. Whether it was in a group battle or a defensive battle, the magician's role was the greatest. Therefore, among the important border cities where the 6 temples of the Temple League were located, the Magic Temple was also the most difficult to break through. Staring at the demon army that was still rapidly advancing, Long Houchin sank into a short period of thought. Soon he had a plan in his heart. At least for now, he still couldn't move. With such a well-organized demon army, once he launched an attack, perhaps the spore demons in the air would spray a mouthful of mucus at him. At that time, besides escaping into the Tower of Eternity, he would be teleported away by Haoyue. There was simply no other way, and it couldn't even be considered harassment. Therefore, he had to wait for the elite demons to fall into a state of chaos, and then it would be a good time for him to make his move. Of course, he wouldn't be stupid enough to set his target on those heavily protected Hell Demons. That would only be overestimating his capabilities. The tamed demons and spore demons in the sky were his real targets. Even though these 2 demon soldiers were only used as support, their role was not small at all. With them, they could blind the humans' magical detection, making this army invisible before it officially came into contact with the human defenders. With a plan in mind, Long Houchin kept a certain distance from the demons' army and followed behind. He followed them to the interior of the Demon Mountain Range. At this time, it was already late at night. At most, it would be dawn in more than an hour. However, tonight was also a dark and windy night. It was often the darkest before dawn. Although it couldn't be said that one couldn't see their own fingers in front of them, it was difficult to see very far. At this moment, suddenly, a faint purple light lit up in the distant sky. Long Houchin subconsciously looked up to the sky, and he couldn't help but show a smile on his face. He knew that the opportunity he had been waiting for was coming. This purple light also attracted the attention of the demon army at the same time. This elite army was neat like a person, and the whole army actually stopped in an instant. All the demons stood at their posts. For a time, a thick, dark aura suddenly spread out from the demon army. It was also at this moment, at the place where the purple light lit up, there was a loud rumble. It seemed that the entire demon mountain range shook with this loud noise. Immediately afterward, the rumbling sound was like bursts of rolling thunder, constantly emitting violent roars on the high mountain peak. In the faintly discernible golden and purple light, a large number of rolling stones could be seen falling from the sky, crazily smashing down the mountain. At the same time, on the other side of the mountain peak, there was a similar rumbling sound, and a large number of boulders rolled down from the top. At this time, the demon army was passing through a col, and the rumbling stones were coming from the peaks on both sides. The demon army had only passed through halfway, and it was definitely too late to retreat. It was a situation where they couldn't advance or retreat. Although they were in the mountain range, the difference between the top and the bottom of the mountain was still more than a kilometer. These huge stones falling from the sky were terrifying, no less than the power of the level. 6 Earth Magic, Falling Stone Rain. Chapter 159. However, this army of demons was indeed powerful. They did not panic in the slightest in the face of such a sudden attack. All the infernal demons quickly gathered together, while the bear demons guarded the infernal demons one-on-one, quickly completing the pairing. The mad demons and the berserk demons dealt with each other separately. Among them, half of the demons flew into the air to intercept the falling rocks. At the very least, they had to shatter the falling rocks and reduce their size. Moreover, some of the demons went straight to the top of the mountain on both sides to meet the challenge. They were extremely fast. There was no doubt that the surprise attack on both sides of the mountain came from Wang Yuan and Sima Xian. They had a hard time finding such a suitable place to launch their attack. Long Haochen was not worried about their safety. Everyone had been fighting with the demons for so long. They naturally knew what to do. The demon mountain range was the best place to hide. With the spiritual stove, equipment, and their own cultivation, it would not be easy for the demons to catch up with them. They retreated after one attack and would not give the enemy a chance to surround them. Long Haochen also took advantage of the time when the demons were busy dealing with the falling rocks to quickly summon the 4 holy guards. He briefly explained the current situation, including his goal: expose the enemy's tracks as much as possible and delay the enemy's advance at the same time. Among the 4 holy guards, the other 3 looked at Holy Guard number 9 at the same time. Holy Guard number 9 thought for a moment, looked at the other 3 holy guards, then turned to Long Haochen and said, "Master, how important is delaying and killing these enemies to you?" Long Haochen said without hesitation, "Very, very important." Holy Guard number 9 nodded silently, turned to the other 3 holy guards, and said in a deep voice, "Lend me your power." Then he said to Long Haochen again, "Master, after helping you solve the problem this time, we will all have to sleep for at least a month before we can recover the consumed soul power through the Tower of Eternity." Long Haochen was shocked. Just as he was about to ask, the other 3 holy guards had already made their move. They moved in unison and quickly surrounded Holy Guard number 9. Then their bodies began to tremble violently. The soul fire in his eye sockets throbbed violently. Long Haochen was shocked to see traces of milky white light separating from their eyes and rushing towards Holy Guard number 9's body. The auras of the 3 holy guards weakened at an alarming rate. On the other hand, Saint Guard 9 grew stronger at an alarming rate. He broke through from the peak of the 7th order to the 8th order in an instant and continued to grow. This is Long Haochen understood what was going on after a brief moment of shock. The 3 holy guards were pouring their soul energy into Holy Guard number 9. Moreover, it wasn't just ordinary soul energy, it was their most basic soul energy. Otherwise, how could they have become so weak? Whoosh! A red light was the first to return to the melody of eternity. It was Holy Guard number 12. After it returned this time, Long Haochen couldn't sense its presence at all. Obviously, as Holy Guard number 9 said, it had already fallen into a deep sleep. Holy Guard number 11 only lasted a little longer than Holy Guard number 12, followed by Holy Guard number 10. The entire process of transferring soul energy only lasted for a dozen seconds. When the 3 holy guards disappeared, the holy guards were all gone. Long Houchin was shocked to find that Holy Guard number 9 had undergone an earth-shattering change. His body size didn't change, but the yellow soul fire in his eye sockets had a faint golden luster. At the same time, the white bones of his body had an additional layer of diamond-like fiery color. Although it wasn't intense, it gave off a crystal-clear, incomparably tough and heavy feeling. Holy Guard number 9 didn't say much and just nodded at Long Houchin. In the next instant, he had already soared up and quietly headed towards a mountain peak. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Before he left, he only left one message for Long Houchin. Delay these demons, and don't let them leave the area between the 2 mountains. Although he didn't know what Holy Guard number 9 wanted to do, Long Houchin absolutely believed in the loyalty of these holy guards. Moreover, Holy Guard number 9's actions also borrowed the soul energy of the other 3 holy guards. How could it be ordinary magic? With a flash of golden light, Yuting was summoned by Long Houchin. At this moment, the falling rocks in the sky had already stopped. Presumably, Sima Xian and Wang Yuanyuan had already retreated. After realizing that there was no danger, these demons would definitely continue to move forward. In their opinion, they would at most be discovered by the Temple League. At this moment, they had already entered deep into the Demon Mountain range. It was obviously impossible for them to retreat. After all, it wasn't impossible for these elites to forcefully break through the Exorcist mountain range. It wouldn't be easy for the Temple League to stop them from entering human territory. Therefore, if Long Houchin wanted to delay them here, he had to let these demons feel the existence of danger. Only then could they continue to maintain their defensive formation and not leave. After a brief exchange with Yeting, Long Houchin's figure flashed and appeared behind Yeting. He pressed his hands against the air, and extremely pure light attribute spiritual power was directly injected into Yeting's body, dazzling heaven and earth. Yeting wasn't the only one who could use this skill. Long Houchin could use it as well. Long Houchin was a knight, not a magician. Although he could use light magic, it was more of an auxiliary role. Even if it could be used in battle, it had to be coordinated with his body and couldn't be used in long-range attacks. Otherwise, wouldn't the knight be omnipotent? But Yuting was different. As a light elemental spirit, she was a genuine light magician. Her affinity with the light element was who knew how many times stronger than a human magician. After obtaining a large amount of life force from the illusory paradise and fusing with Long Houchin's original saint spiritual stove, Yuting had evolved into a powerful existence close to that of a high elf. Her strength had always been increasing along with Long Houchin's cultivation, because she herself lived in Long Houchin's spiritual aperture. The reason why Long Houchin's cultivation could increase so quickly was at least partly because of her. With the help of Long Houchin, who was also at the 7th rank, Yuting's ability to condense light elements had at least increased by a level. She slowly raised her staff, and the surrounding forest was suddenly illuminated. A clear and melodious chant came from Yuting's mouth. It was like the most beautiful music that made people feel relaxed and happy. Long Houchin's own spiritual power and Yuting's spiritual power fluctuated rapidly and suddenly became more and more intense. Long Houchin's pair of golden eyes also became brighter and brighter, for spiritual wings spread out behind him. At this time, there was no need for him to hide himself. His spiritual wings and Yuting's wings were slightly flapping. In this state, the speed at which they absorbed light elements would certainly reach a quite terrifying level. How could the incomparably strong light elements not attract the attention of the demons? Almost immediately, the spore demons and tamed demons in the air noticed the movement here. The screams of the tamed demons sounded a warning, and immediately a group of 20 great demons under the leadership of a grade 8 demon lord flew over here. The grade 5 great demons were led by a grade 8 demon lord, which was not weaker than the demons that Long Houchin encountered in the Howling Fear Cave. not to mention that they had reinforcements. The enemy's actions naturally appeared in Long Houchen's perception, but he did not react at all. He still concentrated on injecting spiritual power into Yuting. What he had to do now was to do everything possible to assist Yuting to complete this magic. At this time, Yuting's body was like a bottomless pit. Long Houchen was completely unfamiliar with her elven incantation. He was sure that this was a magic that Yuting had never used before. As for its power, he could only wait for Yuting to cast it. Whether it was the Holy Guard or Yuting, he could absolutely trust them. Long Houchen's position was about 2 kilometers away from the demon army. Although the distance was not short, it did not take long for the demons that were flying over. Moreover, it was not only the demons that were flying over, but there was also a spore demon following them. Obviously, they wanted to keep Long Houchen here. After all, Long Houchen was on the ground. Unlike Wang Yuanyuan and Sima Xian, who could easily escape from the top of the mountain. After breaking the mountain rocks, they only needed to use their spiritual wings to fly away immediately, and it would be difficult for them to catch up. The flying speed of the spore demon was also limited. Soon the enemy was close. Long Houchen's eyes narrowed slightly. At this time he fully showed his calmness as a temple knight and the leader of the monster hunters. At this moment, in Long Houchen's senses, he clearly knew the location of every demon's. In fact, he could even clearly sense what kind of attack these demons were preparing to make. At the same time, he raised one of his hands to cast brilliant celestial body, and a strong orange light suddenly surged out, enveloping him and Yuting almost instantly. It was the Guardian Knight's powerful defensive skill, Shield Wall. It was the same shield wall, but this time the defense was different from the one Long Houchen cast in the Dark Swamp. Back in the Dark Swamp, he had to protect the entire team, but now he only needed to protect himself and Yuting. The orange shield seemed to only have 2 sides, and it was like a huge snail shell that protected the 2 of them. The rich orange light was calm. From afar, the divine snail shield of sun and moon looked like a large orange embedded in the mountain. The first to arrive was not the attack of the demons, but the mucus spat out by the spore demon. The green mucus, with a strong fishy smell, covered the sky and covered an area of thousands of square meters. Unfortunately, the spore demon's skill targeted the wrong target. If Long Houchen was still using the previous glorious holy shield, then without a doubt the spore demon's powerful slowing skill would immediately take effect. But what kind of existence was the sun-moon divine snail shield? Even a Type 9 powerhouse would not have an easy time breaking through its defense. It could be said that as an oracle, as a temple knight, Long Houchen's strongest ability was not offense, but defense. As the green mucus fell, the sun-moon divine snail shield released a gentle elasticity. Regardless of whether it was liquid or spiritual energy, with Long Houchen and Yuting as the center, not a single drop of mucus could fall within a 10 m radius. All of it was repelled by the shield wall. This was the first time Long Houchen had used the sun-moon divine snail shield on the battlefield, and the effects were undoubtedly excellent. At this time, under the leadership of the Type 8 Demon Lord, a small team of demons had arrived. Yuting's body emitted a pure and powerful light element, enough to shock and even terrify any demons. The terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations that could erupt at any time. Any demons with some intelligence would be able to sense the threat. That was why they sent a Type 8 powerhouse to lead a great demon to investigate. After all, as the commander, the Type 9 Demon King could not personally take action. The Demon Lord did not let his minions test the waters at all. His senses were the strongest, and thus he felt the greatest sense of urgency. The dark red sword in his hand brought about a shocking long rainbow as it slashed towards the shield wall set up by Long Houchen. Boom! The dark red light overflowed, and the terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations caused all the coniferous trees in the surrounding 100 square meters to be smashed to pieces. The terrifying dark element even suppressed the great demons and prevented them from approaching. However, The demon lord's attack was futile. Inside the shield wall, Long Houchen's body shone with a golden light, and the spiritual energy that was injected into Yiting's body became stronger. This was the light's vengeance, brought about by divine block. Shield wall and divine block were the strongest defensive combination skills that the guardian knight could use to protect himself and his companions. Moreover, Long Houchen was using the epic grade Sun Moon Divine Snail Shield. Long Houchen was now a Type 7 Demon Lord, and he had the strength to challenge the Type 8 demons in a head-on confrontation. Back when he fought with a Bao, he was not at a disadvantage. It was just that his cultivation was far inferior to a Bao's, so he was at a disadvantage in the end. When the Demon Lord's attack landed on the Sun Moon Divine Snail Shield, Long Houchen could clearly feel that his attack was immediately neutralized by the Sun Moon Divine Snail Shield. The original single-target attack seemed to have become an AoE attack, and the whole thing penetrated into the shield. The gentle elasticity of the Divine Snail Shield of Sun and Moon vibrated 16 times in a row. Each time it vibrated, it would greatly reduce the power of the attack. The actual vibrations that were transmitted to Long Houchen's hands were almost negligible. In other words, even if Long Houchen did not use Divine Block and just relied on Shield Wall, it was enough to resist the Demon Overlord's attack. This was something that Long Houchen did not expect. Of course, it did not mean that anyone could use the Sun Moon Divine Snail Shield to block the attack of a powerhouse. Wouldn't that be heaven-defying? Firstly, the Sun Moon Divine Snail Shield had only appeared thrice in history. In order to gain its recognition, one had to be an oracle of the light attribute. Secondly, the oracle that was recognized by the Sun Moon Divine Snail Shield had to be strong enough to wield it. Long Houchen's Type 7 cultivation was just enough to equip the shield with the Sun Moon Divine Snail Shield. Even so, he was still unable to display the full might of the Sun Moon Divine Snail Shield. In other words, the Type 7 strength was the bottom line. If it were any other Type 7 powerhouse, if they had an epic grade shield, blocking the attack of a Type 8 powerhouse was nothing new. However, the Sun Moon Divine Snail Shield was more compatible with Long Houchen's attributes, so it was easier for him to defend against it. After these few days of familiarizing himself with the shield, other than the fact that the shield could not be used at dawn and dusk, Long Houchen did not notice any other problems. Instead, he discovered some peculiarities of the Sun Moon Divine Snail Shield. The size of the Sun Moon Divine Snail Shield could be changed. At its largest, it could reach a diameter of 100 meters, and at its smallest, it could shrink to the size of a palm. The most powerful thing was that even if it shrunk to its largest size, the reduction in its defense was not particularly obvious. When it shrunk to its smallest size, its defense was shocking, perhaps comparable to that of a god weapon. The Devil Lord's attack was blocked, and his body paused in the air before landing on the ground. The Sun Moon Divine Snail Shield's counterforce was not strong, but it still gave him a huge shock. It also made him feel that the enemy protected by the shield was very powerful. At this time, a group of great demons had already surrounded him. Without needing any instructions, they joined forces to attack Long Houchen. However, at this moment, Long Houchen gave off the feeling that he could do whatever he wanted, like a cool breeze caressing the hills. The shield wall formed by the Sun Moon Divine Snail Shield was like a towering mountain. No matter how the enemy attacked, it would not budge. Of course, in the case of the enemy's attack, the spiritual power Long Houchen consumed to maintain the shield wall would increase. However, epic level equipment was epic level equipment. The Sun Moon Divine Snail Shield only had one ability, which was defense. It consumed very little spiritual power for Long Houchen. At least, based on the current situation, it would not be a problem for the great demons to attack for a few hours. Roar! The Devil Lord roared at the sky and waved the heavy sword in his hand in the air, emitting a sharp red light. The red light soared into the sky, and the light blade quickly rose into the air. This was a signal to the army that the enemy was troublesome and not easy to deal with. Next, the Devil Lord held the sword with both hands. Dense, dark elements quickly gathered in his body, and the great demons quickly ran behind him, forming a row one after another. Wasn't this the demons' conjoined, spirit-increasing skill? One had to know that Lin Xin used the crystal cores of the demons to research the conjoined spirit-increasing pill. Suddenly, the Devil Lord's aura increased exponentially, and the dense, dark element's spiritual power surged wildly. The light on the dark red heavy sword in his hand became more and more intense, and gradually turned into dark red flames that rose and burned on the sword. The flames soared to the sky for more than 30 meters. It was really fierce and awe-inspiring. At this time, Long Haochin was abnormally calm. He was very clear that even if this Devil Lord received the conjoined spirit-increasing skill from his subordinates, his overall cultivation would not be able to break through to the 9th rank. The 9th rank was a huge bottleneck. Unless it was like the snake demon god Andamari, who relied on the powerful strength of the demon god pillar, it would be very difficult to break through. Therefore, this Devil Lord's next attack would at most be at the peak of the 8th rank. With the Sun Moon Divine Snail Shield, Shield Wall, and Divine Block, Long Haochin was confident that he could block another attack. After this series of entanglements, coupled with the time it took for the demons to arrive, Long Haochin could clearly feel that Yiting's magic was about to be completed. The dark red flames suddenly gathered and turned into a huge light blade in the air. Wherever the light blade passed, the air exploded with a sound similar to rolling thunder. Large areas of the air were forcibly torn apart, and the terrifying spiritual power fluctuations caused the ground around Long Haochin and Yiting to collapse. Boom! The huge dark red light blade ruthlessly chopped the shield wall that was like a big orange, and a strange scene appeared. A circle of orange and a circle of dark red spread out in a parallel state. There was also a lazy dragon's roar in the air. In the next instant, all the demons behind the Devil Lord fell down. This was caused by the huge impact of the Devil Lord's attack. The Devil Lord himself took 6 to 7 steps back before he could stabilize himself. His hands that were holding the heavy sword were already numb. He never expected that he would still be able to break through his opponent's defense, even though he had already raised his strength to the peak of the 8th rank. Moreover, in the next moment, he was shocked to see streaks of brilliant golden light shooting into the sky like fireworks. Yes, not just one, but many streaks. The golden light was like a geyser, bringing with it a dazzling halo and incomparably dense light element as it shot into the sky. Every streak of golden light expanded at a terrifying speed as they rose, so much so that they did not seem to shrink as they rose into the sky. With a flash of golden light, Yiting had already fused into Long Haochin's chest and disappeared. She had already completed the magic, but as for the effects brought about by the magic, she no longer had the energy to continue watching. The orange light receded, and Long Haochin swept a cold glance at the Devil Lord. The 4 wings on his back flapped, and in a flash he had already fled into the distance. Of course, the Devil Lord was unwilling to let Long Haochin go just like that. With a loud roar, he immediately flapped his huge wings and chased after him. Although Long Haochin had repelled the Devil Lord's attack, just now he did not feel good either. After all, that was a peak of the 8th rank's attack. The Sun Moon Divine Snail Shield was indeed powerful. With the combination of the shield wall and divine defense block, Long Haochin did not suffer any shock. However, correspondingly, he consumed a lot of spiritual power. That attack just now had caused the spiritual power in Long Haochin's body to drop by a large margin. The more he used it, the more Long Haochin understood the mystical effects of the Sun Moon Divine Snail Shield. He vaguely understood that with the ability of the Sun Moon Divine Snail Shield, the enemy would not be able to cause any harm to him until his spiritual power was exhausted. However, it was clearly not a good time to fight with this 8th rank Devil Lord. He still had to support the 9th Holy Guard. Moreover, Assisting Yiting in casting magic had consumed a lot of his spiritual power. Choosing to fight with the enemy at this time, especially when the enemy had reinforcements, was absolutely stupid, for wings were always faster than two wings. Although his cultivation was inferior to the opponent's, after Long Houchin suddenly flew up, it would not be easy for the 8th rank Devil Lord to catch up to him. In terms of flying, Long Houchin was the 10th Holy Guard's proud disciple. He twisted and turned in the air, making some difficult movements from time to time, using turns and sudden acceleration to neutralize the enemy's pursuit. At the same time, he was constantly absorbing the light elements in the air through his forewings and breathing to recover his consumed spiritual power, just as Long Houchin and the Devil Lord were engaged in a battle of pursuit. On the other side, the power of Yiting's magic began to show. Huge golden balls of light with dazzling tails descended from the sky, heading straight for the demons' core position. Their targets were the hell demons. This magic came suddenly, and the magic that Yiting cast had reached the 8th rank. When the Demon King saw the golden balls of light descending from the sky, even the expression of the leading Devil Lord changed. Magic was different from other things. It required chanting time, and this was true for both humans and demons. He didn't expect that even the Tier 8 Demon Lord he sent out would fail to stop the other party's magic. Moreover, the other party even managed to cast such a powerful magic. At this moment, the strength of a 9th rank powerhouse was revealed. Although the Devil Lord knew that it would not be too difficult for the hell demons in the army to resist this magic, he could not take the risk. If one of the balls of light fell into the hell demon formation, the losses would be huge. Hence, he could only soar into the sky and face this tyrannical magic attack himself. Although the golden balls of light descended from the sky one after another, they did not bombard in the same direction. This magic was the strengthened version of the light meteor that Yiting had once cast, or rather it was the group version. Each of the 9 balls of light was slightly weaker than a single light meteor, but their combined power was much greater. Furthermore, the area they covered was also very large. With the support of Long Houchin's spiritual power, Yiting cast this 8th rank light element group attack magic. The Devil Lord soared into the sky, and the moment his huge body flew up, a layer of dark golden light covered his body. The huge wings on his back spread out, and he suddenly flapped them down. Then, a shining dark golden great sword appeared in his hand. This great sword was actually faintly emitting an orange-red luster. It was actually an epic-grade dark attribute equipment. Among the demons, even a demon god might not be able to equip such a level of equipment. One could imagine how high the status of this Devil Lord was among the demons. The dark golden light flashed in the sky like a cold lightning. The Devil Lord's huge body moved as fast as lightning, and his body did not restrict his speed at all. Then, the first golden ball of light stopped in the air and suddenly exploded, turning into a golden rain of light that scattered in all directions. However, this was only the beginning. The demons below only saw the terrifying and majestic figure twisting and turning in the air as if he was teleporting. Dark golden lightning crisscrossed in the sky, and every time it flashed, a golden ball of light would solidify and explode in the air. Although the air was already filled with strong light elemental fluctuations, none of these light elemental fluctuations fell on the demon army below. When the Devil Lord released the last golden ball of light, the entire sky turned golden. The light meteor array was a real big magic and 8th rank AoE magic. Even if the Devil Lord, who was a 9th rank powerhouse, completely blocked it, he still felt a little suffocated. However, his expression did not become happy because he broke this magic. On the contrary, at this moment, the Devil Lord's expression was as dark as the bottom of a pot, because he suddenly realized that he had overlooked something. That's right, the light meteor array was broken by him, and not a single light elemental fluctuation fell on the demons below. However, 9 huge light stars exploded one after another, and each of them contained extremely strong light elemental fluctuations. After the explosion, how strong would the elemental fluctuations be? The light meteor was not as simple as Yu Ting's own power. It was a tyrannical magic that fully absorbed the light elemental fluctuations in the air during the process of ascending into the sky. It was a tyrannical magic that had borrowed the power of heaven. It was very normal for a magic of this level to produce elemental turbulence, not to mention in a situation where it exploded in a short period of time. In other words, the Devil Lord should be considered to have detonated this magic and not dissolved it. The strong light elemental turbulence surged and fluctuated violently in the air, and the gorgeous beauty was like the arrival of a galaxy. However, this was a galaxy full of destruction. Of course, the 9th rank Devil Lord would not feel anything, but some of the weaker demons would feel something big. When the light elemental storm appeared, the number of demons in the air was very small, but there were definitely 2 types of them, the spore demons and the tamed demons. From the beginning, when Long Haochen and Yu Ting discussed using this magic, he did not think about how much damage this magic could bring to the demons. What he needed to do was to delay the time when the demons left the space between the 2 mountains. With his understanding and trust of the 9th Holy Guard, he believed that the next magic that the 9th Holy Guard would cast would be even more earth-shattering than Yu Ting's, and it would definitely play an excellent role in delaying the demons. Therefore, his idea for Yu Ting's magic was very simple, which was to eliminate the tamed demons and the spore demons, the 2 auxiliary forces of the demons, as much as possible. How could he achieve this? Next, he had to design the light meteor ray. If Long Haochen was the Devil Lord and was in charge of leading the team, what would he do? It was after considering his own choice that he came up with a plan. As it turned out, his plan was successful. The Devil Lord did intercept the light meteor array and did not let the hell demons below suffer any losses. However, he lost more than 2/3 of the tamed demons and all the spore demons. In such a powerful light elemental turbulence, even if the tamed demons survived, most of them were seriously injured, and this was because they were lucky to be on the edge of the turbulence. The 4 wings on his back flapped, and Long Haochen twisted his body and suddenly rose into the sky, dodging the Devil Lord's sweep. Then his body flashed 4 times in succession, each time changing direction in the air, making the Devil Lord unable to cast the next attack. The next moment, the left wing suddenly retracted and the right wing flapped hard. Long Haochen's body seemed to be out of control, spinning in the air. In the process of this rotation, the aria of the Goddess of Light had already fallen into his hand, and he slashed it at the Devil Lord. Although there was a level gap between the 2 sides, the Devil Lord couldn't do anything to Long Haochen. In terms of flying ability, he was far worse than Long Haochen. In terms of flying speed, Long Haochen wouldn't fall behind him with his 4 wings, not to mention that Long Haochen had so many flying skills. At this time, he had taken the Devil Lord to the side of one of the 2 previous peaks, pulling away from the demon army. Of course, Long Haochen had been observing the movements of the army over there. In case the demon army sent strong reinforcements, he would immediately choose to return to the Tower of Eternity. However, the demon army was obviously confused by the light meteor array that fell from the sky just now, and they didn't send reinforcements for a while. As for those great demons, they couldn't keep up with the speed of Long Haochen and the Devil Lord at all. Previously, Long Haochen had been dodging and suddenly launched an attack. The Devil Lord subconsciously used the heavy sword in his hand to block. With a soft clang, Long Haochen's body in the air changed again. He, who was spinning rapidly just now, actually used the Devil Lord's block to suddenly stop in the air. 2 rays of light, 1 gold and 1 blue, went straight for the Devil Lord's face with a loud dragon roar. This was one of Long Haochen's best skills, Blue Rain and Hibiscus of Light's Light Rain Double Dragon Summon, a powerful weapon skill that combined attack and control. Long Haochen's counterattack was so sudden that the Devil Lord wasn't fully prepared. However, the Devil Lord was still powerful. After repelling the Arya of the Goddess of Light's first attack with his heavy sword, he stopped in the air and drew a circle with his heavy sword. Amidst an ear-piercing whistle, a blood moon seemed to appear in the air, and the blood moon went straight for Long Houchin's light, rain double dragon summon. If Kai still had her memories and was on this battlefield, she would definitely be able to sense that the rank 8 devil Lord Long Houchin was facing was much stronger than the one she had faced before. This demon's blood moon was extremely powerful. The instant the two skills collided, the dragon roar of light rain double dragon summon disappeared, but the blood moon was also shattered. Both Long Houchin and the Devil Lord were taken aback because they were very confident in their skills. However, unlike the Devil Lord, Long Houchin still had a trump card. While the light rain double dragon summon was attacking the enemy, Long Houchin quickly entered the realm of sword heart illumination. With the Arya of the Goddess of Light in his right hand, he slashed at the air. After flying in the air for a long time, he had already recovered a lot of his spiritual energy. Especially when the meteor array exploded, the light element in the air had clearly increased. Naturally, Long Houchin wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. Moreover, the source of the spell was his and Yu Ting's spiritual energy, so he could absorb it much faster. Hence, he had recovered at least half of his spiritual energy. This was also the advantage of being a chosen. In addition, after consuming a few great recovery pills, Long Houchin now had the ability to fight his opponent. After all, not many of his skills required tens of thousands of spiritual energy points at once. Chapter 160. Long Houchin's void sword made the demon lord, who was about to attack, feel extremely awkward. The heavy sword that he had slashed out actually stopped in the air because he felt that if he slashed out with this sword, then Long Houchin's sword that was spewing sharp golden light would definitely fall on him first. Therefore, he could only change his attack method. This pause naturally meant that he had a backup plan. This was the effect of the brilliant sword heart. At this moment, Long Houchin had already regarded himself as a part of the Arya of the Goddess of Light, completely observing the opponent from the perspective of the sword. And when he slashed out with his sword, it was not because he observed the opponent's next move, but because he sensed it through the sword intent. Therefore, this seemingly light sword strike was actually aimed at the enemy's vital spot. It happened to be right in front of the enemy's path, and it immediately gave him the upper hand. Back then, even a Bao, who was stronger than this demon lord, suffered a great loss under Long Houchin's sword intent of being one with the sword. What's more, the current Long Houchin had a deeper understanding of the sword intent than before. Next, Long Houchin slashed out 7 times in a row, each slash hitting the air, and the spiritual power was stored inside. But it was these 7 slashes that forced the demon lord to retreat 7 times. When he retreated for the last time, he actually spat out a mouthful of black blood in the air. Imagine a tier 8 powerhouse trying to use spiritual power to attack 7 times, but having to forcibly interrupt the use of his spiritual power each time. How strong would the backlash be? It could be said that Long Houchin relied on his swordsmanship to force the demon lord to injure himself. At this moment, the demon lord finally felt how powerful Long Houchin was. This human, who seemed to only have a tier 7 cultivation base, already gave him a feeling of fatal threat. Therefore, he already had the idea of retreating. He was a high-level demon, unlike the dual-bladed demons and the mad demons who were not afraid of death. Unfortunately, Long Houchin didn't want to let him go. He slashed out 7 times in a row. Not only did he force his enemy to retreat, but he also injured himself. At the same time, Long Houchin's aura reached its peak. At this moment, one could clearly see that Long Houchin's entire body was glowing with an incandescent radiance. The Holy Sword skill could only be used on his own weapon. But at this moment, Long Houchin used his understanding of sword intent and his control of the light element as a bless to make his entire body enter the state of the Holy Sword. At the same time, his right hand and arm became extremely transparent. Wasn't this the body of brilliant light? To put it simply, the previous 7 sword strikes were simply a process of him accumulating power. After the 7 consecutive sword strikes, the demon lord retreated and was injured. Long Houchen also paused for a moment. He did not pause because he did not have enough strength. On the contrary, it was because his aura had risen to its peak and was locking onto his opponent. Long Houchen held the hilt of the aria of the goddess of light with both hands. When he lifted the divine sword again, the demon lord suddenly felt as though a sun had suddenly passed through space and appeared in front of him. The sharp sword intent completely locked onto his body, so much so that he did not dare to retreat at all. At this moment, the powerful demon lord's mind actually went blank because he did not know what to do, let alone how to deal with this sword strike. However, all living creatures had survival instincts. After realizing how insignificant he was compared to his enemy, the Tier 8 demon lord made a prompt decision to bite the tip of his tongue, forcefully severing half of it. He then spat out a mouthful of blood, and a crimson glow enveloped his body. This was the sky demon disintegration technique that only high-tiered demons knew. Long Houchen had already seen this technique once when he fought against the snake demon god, Andamari. However, the demon lord's sky demon disintegration technique was different from the one used by the snake demon god, Andamari. Andamari's sky demon disintegration technique was at the demon god rank, which provided a greater boost to his body and had fewer side effects. Meanwhile, after this demon lord used the sky demon disintegration technique, even if he did not die, his cultivation base would drop from Tier 8 to Tier 6. Of course, compared to his life, the drop in cultivation base was nothing. The tyrannical light elemental fluctuations attracted the attention of the demon army on the other side. At this moment, the demon king had already issued the command to enter a state of highest alert. He had no idea how many enemies there were around him. Based on the Tier 8 AoE spell, he could tell that the humans intercepting them were considerably strong. As the commander of such an elite army, he did not dare to be careless in the slightest. At this moment, layers of dark purple light surged out from the 500 hell demons. They were rapidly chanting incantations, and each hell demon held a blood-red crystal ball in their hands. That was their magic weapon. The dark purple light turned into a huge light barrier, enveloping the entire demon army within. They were already in a defensive position, with the combined defense of 500 hell demons. Even a Tier 9 powerhouse would not be able to break through without a sufficiently powerful weapon. At this moment, the Demon King felt the intense light elemental fluctuations on the other side of the mountain. At this time, he could not care less about the life or death of his subordinate. To him, it was more important to protect the entire army. A blood-red light shone from his chest, and a layer of scarlet blood mist spread out from his body, covering the sky above the army. This was the elemental control of a Tier 9 powerhouse that was close to a domain ability. The Demon King could feel the incomparably sharp sword intent across the mountain. He felt a little cold, and it was no wonder that he was so concerned. After all, there was no direct level of sword intent. The sword intent that Long Houchen exuded with the aria of the Goddess of Light was already very close to that of the sword god of light Yi Wushang. How could this level of sword intent not make the Demon King feel threatened? He never expected that after he led the army into the Demon Mountain Range, he would encounter trouble so quickly. At this time, even without the obstruction of these powerful human enemies, they would soon be exposed without the cover of the demon servants. At this time, the seed of retreat had already begun to appear in the Demon King's heart. It was not that he was not brave enough, but because the demons could not afford to lose so many elites. In this devil race army, just the powerhouses of Tier 8 and above alone numbered as many as 300. It could be said that among the demons, except for the top 5 races, no other race could compare to the army in front of them. If he lost too many, what awaited him when he returned would be the wrath of the undead demon god Samakina. he might even be punished directly by the demon emperor. The crystal white light was like a chain, like silk, and suddenly a crystal light blade horizontally in the air, cutting through the sky, leaving a dazzling tail flame in the air. The light just flashed and then completely disappeared. Long Houchin, who was in the air, swayed slightly, and the aria of the goddess of light in his hand had naturally been retracted into his body. At this time his face looked a little pale, and it was clear that he had consumed too much spiritual power. In fact, his spiritual power at this time could only barely support him to float in the air. However, his opponent was much more tragic. Although the demon lord's body was still floating in the air, it could be clearly seen that his eyes were gradually becoming silent, and a line of blood spread from the top of his head to the bottom of his body. His whole body was completely cut by Long Houchin's previous sword. This was strength, absolute strength. Sword intent coupled with the aria of the goddess of light allowed Long Houchin to raise his aura to the peak. Without good enough equipment, even a Type 8 powerhouse would find it hard to block. What was even more terrifying was Long Houchin's combat experience. First, he showed weakness to the enemy and escaped to attract the enemy's pursuit. From the moment he launched his attack to the moment the demon lord died, it only took a few breaths of time. The entire rhythm was completely under his control, and he did not give the demon lord a chance to display his strongest strength. Although Long Houchin was not old, his rich experience was far beyond that of his peers. How many times had he risked his life? How many times had he turned the tide in times of crisis? Every time he went through such an experience, it was a transformation and a strength boost for him. After a few years, whether it was in terms of mentality or combat experience, he could already compare with many of his seniors. Not to mention, he had also learned many powerful ancient abilities from the holy guards of the Tower of Eternity. With great difficulty, he flapped his spiritual wings and took the demon lord into the eternal melody before it died. Only then did Long Houchin turn around and look at the mountain next to him. In his memory, Holy Guard number 9 was flying towards this mountain peak. However, why did he still not feel any spiritual energy waves from the magic? With the help of the other 3 Holy Guards, the magic that Holy Guard number 9 cast should be at least close to the peak of the level 8. While looking at the mountain in front of him, Long Houchin quickly landed on the ground and swallowed another spiritual recovery pill to quickly recover his spiritual energy. At the same time, he changed into a black robe and crawled on the ground, using the night to hide his figure. The plan had been going smoothly from the beginning until now, and it all depended on how much Holy Guard number 9 could do. Number 9, you have to hurry up, otherwise you might not be able to scare the demons. Wasn't that right? The demons were not fools. After being on full alert for a while, there was no movement. The intense spiritual fluctuations from the other side of the mountain also disappeared. Everything seemed to have returned to silence. However, it was also this deathly stillness that made these demons even more fearful. After all, after entering the demon mountain range, it was equivalent to entering the humans' territory. They had no idea what they would encounter. They thought that they had concealed themselves well, but they did not expect to be discovered by the enemy so quickly. The feeling of being ambushed was too painful. They would rather fight the Sanctum Alliance's army head-on than be inexplicably suppressed without even knowing who the enemy was. That was much better. The demon lord was very calm. To be the commander of this army, strength alone was far from enough. The demons definitely had a lot of level 9 powerhouses. Even after being ambushed several times, the demon lord did not show any signs of anger. He just observed the surroundings coldly and did not leave the range of his army. He was the commander of the army and also the brain of the army. It could be said that once there was an army-level battle, the overall combat power of the army would be at least 30% different with or without him. At least the time it took to drink a cup of tea had passed. Apart from the sudden magic, just now, there was no other movement. A touch of coldness appeared on the demon lord's face. He had already guessed what kind of situation he had encountered. Although he was not sure that the ones who had ambushed him were human monster hunters, it was rare to see scouts with such strong individual strength. Moreover, the enemy's numbers were definitely not large. They were stalling for time so that the defenders of the Exorcist mountain range and the Demon Exorcist mountain range could prepare, withdraw the defense, and advance at full speed. The demon lord immediately issued an order after thinking clearly. At this time, the scouts he had sent out after the ambush had also withdrawn. The news they brought back was very consistent. They did not discover the appearance of the human army. Without the cover of the tamed demons, there was naturally no need to maintain a constant speed. The wisest choice was to pass through the Demon Exorcist mountain range and enter the humans' territory as soon as possible. As long as his elite army could fiercely wedge into the interior of the Temple League like a nail, then the Exorcist mountain range could only be destroyed. The Demon Exorcist mountain range would no longer be able to stop the advance of the demon army. The purplish-black light slowly receded, maintaining the magic defense, continuously consumed spiritual power. However, these infernal demons and the bear demons around them had a tacit understanding. After they ended the magic, they were directly carried on the shoulders of the bear demons and then continued forward. They were ready to pass through the valley in front of them and continue deeper into the Demon Exorcist mountain range. At this time, the demon lord suddenly felt as if something was wrong. This was the instinct of survival. The more powerful the expert, the stronger this instinct was. This had nothing to do with race, but only with strength. Even though he didn't feel any spiritual power fluctuations, he immediately felt that something was wrong. Suddenly he shouted, "Stop! Defend with all your strength!" At the same time as he shouted, a sudden change occurred. When the demons heard the commander's consecutive contrary orders, they could not help but feel a little puzzled. Then a huge pressure appeared in their hearts, as if there was a mountain pressing down on their hearts. In fact, it was a mountain pressing down on them. The mountain on the side of the valley they were in, without any warning, without even making the slightest sound, slowly fell in their direction. Because the speed was very slow at the beginning, they did not feel it until a large number of gravel began to fall from the sky on the sloping mountain. Only then did the huge pressure appear. Dawn was still in the future, and the sky was still so dark. Under this dark curtain of night, an even darker mountain fell brazenly. The speed at which it pressed down increased rapidly, from slow at the beginning to an irresistible force. The whole process lasted less than half a minute. If there were only a few experts, they would definitely be able to escape with all their strength. However, this was an army, not a demon-hunting army. An army of up to 5,000 was crushed horizontally by a mountain with a maximum diameter of more than 2 kilometers in the valley. That terrifying feeling was even more terrifying than some level. 9 forbidden spells. The instant the mountain pressed down, the Demon King's face became pale. He could not imagine how those humans had done it. They had actually been able to make a mountain collapse and turn it into a terrifying weapon. No matter how powerful he was, it was impossible for him to contend against a mountain peak. In the entire demon race, perhaps only the demon god emperor could contend against such a huge mountain. Therefore, the only thing he could do was to order a retreat at all costs. The mad demons at the front of the army ran forward at an astonishing speed. The great demons at the back also flapped their wings and flew away without hesitation. However, what about the bear demons and hell demons in the middle of the army? The hell demons could still use magic to increase their speed, but the bear demons had super strong defense, so their speed was their obvious weakness. In addition, there were comrades from other races on both sides. How could they retreat fast? The mountain that came crashing down from the sky didn't wait for anyone. In less than half a minute, when the huge mountain came crashing down, the 9th grade Demon King, who relied on his powerful spiritual energy to bring out at least a few dozen demon bears, felt his heart bleeding. That huge rumble almost caused the entire demon control mountain range to tremble. The terrifying seismic waves caused all the experts of the devil race to be sent flying, regardless of which race they belonged to. They were tumbling in the seismic wave. Although they were the absolute elites of the demons, such a terrifying shock wave could even shatter the surrounding mountains. How could they feel good when they endured it? Only the great demons, flying in the air, were slightly better, but their good mood only lasted for a short time. How terrifying was the collapse of a mountain! The violent rumble and the huge weight caused at least 7 mountains in the surroundings to collapse. Countless boulders with a diameter of more than 3 meters fell from the sky, as if the mountain god was angry, crazily smashing at the demon army. When the mountain collapsed, a golden figure soared into the sky, spreading his 4 wings and hovering in the air. Under the collapsed mountain, a yellow light flashed on his chest, and his aura disappeared in an instant. This was a real landslide. It was the first time Long Houchen had seen such a powerful scene. Although he had a high estimation of Holy Guard 9, he never thought that Holy Guard 9 could bring him such a huge surprise. He actually knocked down a mountain? For the demons, this could no longer be explained as a delay, but a fatal blow. While dodging the boulders in the air, Long Houchen's eyes showed unprecedented excitement. No matter how calm his mind was, it was impossible not to be excited at this time. He saw with his own eyes that at least 2/3 of the bear demons and hell demons were crushed under the mountain. Even those who escaped suffered the most direct and terrifying seismic shock wave after the mountain fell. Even Long Houchen, who was so far away, was shaken and sent flying backwards, not to mention that he suffered it at such a close distance. This elite army of demons had been defeated. Ha! Long Houchen just laughed out loud, but his voice came to an abrupt halt. With a flash of golden light, his figure disappeared into thin air. He returned to the Tower of Eternity. Almost at the same time as he disappeared, a dark golden light swept past, and the next moment, the Demon King's hideous face full of hatred and anger was revealed. A human? Could it be that there was only one human? No, this was absolutely impossible. The blow in front of him was too huge for the Demon King. As the saying went, death before victory was achieved. The blow brought about by the collapse of this mountain to his army was indescribable. Although a small part of such a huge mountain had smashed into the mountain next to it, the heavy mountain still fell into the valley. If it were him, he might be able to drill a hole with his powerful spiritual power when the mountain fell to save his life temporarily. But he was a rank 9, and his subordinates were not rank 9. This army had been under his command ever since its establishment. Every powerhouse was carefully selected by him and had undergone strict training. They were only under the command of the Demon Emperor. When he was in this army, he was no longer the Demon King of the demons, but the commander of the God Emperor's 2nd Legion under the Demon Emperor. However, it was this elite army that he led that suffered a near-fatal blow before they could even see the human army. This was not only a humiliation, but also an incomparable failure. This was a crime that he could not bear. Who was that enemy? How could he disappear into thin air? What kind of ability was that? His spiritual energy fluctuations were clearly not strong. Could it be that he had just used a forbidden spell scroll? But he was of the light element. To be able to topple a mountain, it should at least be an earth element magic scroll. When Long Houchen disappeared, he clearly felt a scorching heat erupt from the eternal melody in his chest. This meant that there were powerful souls merging into the Tower of Eternity through the eternal melody. This naturally meant that the demon army, appearing out of thin air on the 1st floor of the Tower of Eternity, Long Houchen fell on his butt and couldn't help but laugh out loud. No matter how powerful the Demon King was, or how strong the Elite Legion was, I'd like to see how you can attack the humans now. I'll scare you to death. Holy Guard number 9, how did you do it? This is too fierce. It's completely beyond my imagination. Long Houchen subconsciously touched the golden skull on his chest. He couldn't help but think of the strange expression that Holy Guard number 9 had when he left. That was a kind of cruel, ferocious, and excited soul fluctuation. Obviously, Holy Guard number 9 had already decided what to do at that time. He was actually able to topple a mountain. Even though he borrowed the power of the other 3 Holy Guards, it was still terrifying. It was definitely a terrifying magic that was comparable to a forbidden spell. Yes, a forbidden spell. If the Alliance asked, perhaps they could only use an Earth forbidden spell scroll to explain. In fact, although the magic that Holy Guard number 9 cast was powerful, it did not reach the strength of a forbidden spell. Or rather, it was only close to the edge of a forbidden spell. If it was a true Earth-type forbidden spell, its power would be terrifying in the mountain range. It wouldn't be as simple as toppling a mountain. A real Earth forbidden spell could even shatter a mountain in an instant, turning it into a meteor shower that smashed towards the enemy. However, don't think that a rank 9 powerhouse could use a forbidden spell. Even a powerful rank 9 powerhouse with a spiritual power of over 200,000 might not have the ability to use a forbidden spell. Casting a forbidden spell required a strong affinity with the element that the user belonged to, as well as having the ability to complete the incantation. Forbidden spells had a lot of uncertainty. Forbidden spells were not necessarily strong. Only by casting the right forbidden spell at the right time could it have the power to destroy the world. Demons were outsiders after all. They did not originally belong to this world. Therefore, the forbidden spells of the demons were created in the past 6,000 years. Not to mention the small number of forbidden spells, the conditions to use them were extremely strict. Only the top 10 demon gods could definitely use forbidden spells. It was hard to say for the demon gods that were ranked lower. It would depend on the specific situation and comprehension of each generation's demon god. Although Holy Guard number 9 toppled a mountain, the amount of spiritual power he used was much less than a forbidden spell. Otherwise, how could he have completed it? Even so, this spell clearly showed the difference between him and the other 3 Holy Guards. Until Holy Guard number 9 completed the spell, Long Houchin finally understood why the other 3 Holy Guards respected him so much. What Holy Guard 9 just cast was a combination spell of the same element. The whole process was actually not that complicated. However, to complete it, not only did it require a huge amount of spiritual power, but it also required the support of the mountain. Moreover, it required precise calculation, control, adjustment of the rhythm of casting, finding the center of gravity, and other complicated processes. If the mountain was a little bigger, Holy Guard number 9 would not have been able to complete the spell. Reality proved that luck was still on the side of humans. Relying on his powerful earth elemental ability, Holy Guard number 9 directly drilled into the mountain and started destroying it from the inside. Of course, he did not destroy the entire mountain. Instead, he started destroying it from the inside, which was about 100 meters above the ground near the side of the demons. That was when Yiting cast the spell, and the demons were in a mess. The first spell that Holy Guard number 9 cast was called Rock to Mud. He softened a large amount of rocks and mobilized the heavy and stable earth elemental energy to surge upwards, causing a gap to appear inside the mountain. Then he continued to expand the gap, causing the weight on top of the gap to increase. When the gap was big enough, he used all his strength to cast the gravity spell. Only then was he able to complete this imitation of the earth elemental forbidden spell, move the mountains and fill the seas. Not to mention the power of the spell, the creativity alone was far beyond the level of modern mages. Of course, Holy Guard number 9 paid a huge price for this. He and his Holy Guards would have to sleep for a long time. However, Long Houchin did not need them during this period of time. After entering the Temple League, he would not easily summon the Holy Guards to help him. After all, they were undead creatures, which could easily cause unnecessary misunderstandings. What a pity! After a short period of excitement, Long Houchin could not help but hit his left palm with his right fist. Yes, if the Temple League could ambush an elite team nearby and suddenly attack with the power of move the mountains and fill the seas, perhaps this elite army of demons would have to stay in the Demon Mountain range forever. His companions were still in the mountain range, so Long Houchin did not dare to delay any longer. He sat cross-legged and quickly recovered his spiritual energy. With his current cultivation, 3 spiritual orifices, and a constitution of a god's favored, the whole recovery process only took a quarter of an hour. The Tower of Eternity, which had just absorbed so many powerful souls, would not be stingy to its new owner, Long Houchin. The light elemental energy was rich, at least 10 times stronger than the outside world. With a faint golden light, Long Houchin returned to the Demon Mountain range. He tried his best to restrain the light that his spiritual energy could release. When he appeared, his figure flashed, and he went to the coniferous forest below. This was also the place that he had chosen before he left. The chaos in the distance had not ended, and Long Houchin could still hear the roars in the distance. The power of move the mountains and fill the seas had completely stalled the demons here. They were healing the wounded and the dying. After all, after this terrifying attack that was like a natural disaster, the number of injured far exceeded the number of dead. A short quarter of an hour was obviously not enough for the demons to solve the problem. Long Houchin did not try to approach again. He was very clear that the demons at this time were not only fragile, but also very sensitive. The rank 9 Demon King could not wait for him to appear. Raising his perception to the extreme, Long Houchin silently felt the movement in the distance, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. The damage of the demons was more serious than he had expected. Although he could not see the specific situation over there, he could feel that a large number of demons were lying on the ground. What made Long Houchin most comfortable was that when the mountain fell, the main ones that were smashed were the bear demons and hell demons. They were the strongest fighting force in this army, especially the 500 hell demons, especially the 500 hellish demons. If they were placed on the battlefield, they would be equivalent to 500 magic shooters and archmages. But now, not many of them would be able to survive. Even if they were not smashed to death, they would be shocked to death. Without staying any longer, Long Houchin had done the best he could. Although the enemy was heavily injured, it was not something that their team of monster hunters could contend with. His goal had been achieved, so he naturally had to go back and meet up with his companions. Demon King Safin's heart was bleeding at this time. He was personally involved in digging up the mountain and rescuing his subordinates who had been smashed under. Relying on his powerful rank 9 strength, every time he struck, tens of square meters of rock would turn to ash, but there would not be any tremors. But what appeared in front of him were indistinct corpses that had been crushed into meat paste. He had done a simple head count and gathered the mad demons that had escaped on the other side. The entire army had only a little more than 1/3 of them unscathed. Less than 2/3 of them had survived. At least 1,000 strong demon warriors had fallen under the mountain. This was a loss that Safin could not afford to bear. Furthermore, he had nowhere to vent his anger. Roar! Safin roared at the sky and threw a few punches at the mountain in front of him. The explosions sent rocks flying, and huge holes were blasted out. Don't let me find out who it is. Don't let me find out who it is. Demon King Safin roared at the sky once more. In his mind, the image of the golden silhouette that had suddenly vanished appeared. 4 wings, he had 4 wings. Pass down my orders, take the wounded and retreat. Their ambush had failed, and they had suffered heavy losses. Many of his demon warriors were injured. He had no other choice but to retreat. The Temple League had most likely found out about the situation here. If they did not leave now, they might not even be able to leave. Carrying a thick unwillingness and overflowing hatred, the Demon King, commander of the God Emperor's 2nd Legion, Safin, led his subordinates and retreated along the path they came from. Boss, how did you do that? When Long Houchin regrouped with his companions at the top of the mountain, he was immediately surrounded by them. Although they were far from the scene of the incident, the terrifying rumble from the collapse of the mountain had probably spread throughout the entire mountain range. They had naturally heard such a huge commotion. Long Houchin recounted the entire process, and everyone was dumbfounded. Holy Guard 9, is that strong? He couldn't have cast a forbidden spell, right? Lin Xian had a look of envy. Relying on a single demon to stop such a powerful army for a mage like him. This was too shocking. Long Houchin shook his head and said, I can be sure that it wasn't a forbidden spell. He probably took advantage of the terrain and added some special spellcasting ability. However, you really should learn from the Holy Guards, be it experience or strength. They are far beyond our reach. There are still many things to learn. Wang Yuanyuan said, Commander, since they have already been crippled, do you think they will continue to advance? Long Houchin shook his head and said, On the way back, I already discovered that they were retreating. Their target was exposed and they suffered such a blow. As long as the commander isn't an idiot, he definitely won't continue to lead the army forward. This mountain range may be lacking in other things, but it's not lacking in mountains. If they are crushed again, won't they go crazy? This is also good. The next time the demon army has the idea of sneaking into the mountain range, they will probably be traumatized. Who knows if that mountain will suddenly collapse? Everyone laughed at the same time. With such a result, they could be completely proud of themselves. When the demon army truly retreated from the mountain range, the sky was gradually turning bright. The light of dawn belonged to humans who loved light, but for the demons, this was a crushing defeat. Chapter 161. Watching the demon army leave, Long Houchin and his companions resumed their journey, crossed the mountains, and sneaked toward the site of the incident. With so many strong demons dead, it would be good if they could get some magical crystals. Demons were not the only ones who could dig mountains. Hearing the sound was one thing, but seeing the real thing was another. When Wang Yuanyuan, Lin Xian, Sima Xian Kai, and Chening all looked at the collapsed mountain, they could not help but be shocked by the scene in front of them. In their hearts, they vaguely imagined what it would be like if they were the ones facing a mountain peak that suddenly collapsed. Boss, what should we do? Sima Xian asked Long Houchin. Long Houchin said, Dig and see how many magical crystals we can find. No matter what kind of demons' magical crystals, they are quite precious. Bring them back for Lin Xian to make potions. Okay. Lin Xian immediately beamed with joy as he agreed. This trip to the demons had made him the team's god of wealth, grinning from ear to ear. The good things they brought back, whether in terms of value or usefulness, were all huge. Chen Inger now had 300 magic crystals of the 6th step and above. It was enough for Medul to squander. The corpses of various demons and magical beasts, especially those of forest boas and snake demon god Endamari, were all collected by Lin Xian. Lin Xian deeply felt that his potion refining ability would definitely improve greatly after returning this time. It was only a matter of time before he truly reached the level of master. After all, which potioneering potion master could have so many materials to squander? Long Houchin naturally had his reasons for staying here to clean up the battlefield. With such a big movement here, it was impossible for the Temple League on the other side of the Demon Mountain Range not to feel it. Moreover, Han Yu's news should have been delivered. He believed that it would not take long for the army to come to their aid. After meeting with the army, telling them the actual situation and leaving together was obviously better than rushing over. Besides, there were so many high-level demons' corpses and magical crystals here, it would be a waste not to take them. These were their spoils of war. The glorious task of opening the mountain naturally belonged to Sima Xian and Wang Yuanyuan. Even if Sima Xian Vigor Ball of Light didn't have any additional skills, its terrifying weight, crushing, and explosive skills made it the best choice for opening the mountain. Everyone followed the path that Demon King Safin had used to open the mountain, blasting inwards. One magical crystal after another fell into Lin Exion's pocket. However, he was still somewhat dissatisfied because the demons' corpses were too tragic and hard to make use of. After all, it was difficult to preserve a severely damaged corpse, even in a storage artifact. Their work didn't last too long before the reinforcements arrived. Under Han Yu's lead, a group of Alliance elites that shocked Long Houchin and the others quietly arrived. The number of elites in the Alliance was much less than he had imagined, only about 300 or so. However, it wasn't until they were within 200 meters that Long Houchin's perception sensed something, and this feeling came from Han Yu. One by one, assassins wearing gray clothes and veils quietly appeared, quickly surrounding Long Houchin and the others. These assassins didn't have the slightest sharp aura. On the contrary, they couldn't feel any aura from their bodies at all. A total of 300 people, when they silently surrounded the cave that Long Houchin and the others had opened. It was as if they were formed from 300 balls of air. Long Houchin and the others slowly walked out of the cave, their movements very slow. This wasn't deliberate, it was because they had no choice but to be slow. In their eyes, although these assassins in gray were calm, it seemed as if the slightest provocation would turn them into a flood of death and swallow them up. Boss, Han Yu saw Long Houchin and the others walk out of the cave and immediately shouted in surprise. He had no idea what had happened. How could a mountain peak collapse here? Why were Long Houchin and the others here? Where did the enemy go? At this moment, his heart was full of questions. Han Yu looked a little tired. Rushing day and night had exhausted him both physically and mentally. Han Yu's call of boss caused the gray-clothed assassins' enmity to subside, but they were still like air, not moving at all. Only a skinny and small assassin dressed in dark clothes came to Han Yu's side. Long Houchin strode forward and said to Han Yu sincerely, "You've worked hard." Han Yu hurriedly said, "It's nothing, boss. Where are the enemies? Where are the demons?" He was really anxious at this moment. He had brought so many powerhouses from the assassin temple here, but the demons had disappeared. Wasn't this a lie? This was a responsibility that their team couldn't bear. Long Houchin said, "The demons have retreated. Look." As he said that, he pointed to the mountain behind them. Han Yu was dumbfounded, and the assassin beside him finally turned from calm to astonishment. An old voice rang out, "Young man, don't tell me that it was you who brought down this mountain, and that the demon elites were buried under it? From the images you brought back, it was probably one of the most elite armies of the demons, the second army of the God Emperor." Long Houchin shook his head and said, "Not all of them, only a part of them. Most of the bear demons, hell demons, and a small number of great demons and mad demons were buried under it. I estimate that the demons lost about a third of their troops. Then they retreated. The bodies of the demons are still under the mountain. We dug some out. You can go in and take a look." With his keen perception, he could tell that the assassin in front of him was without a doubt an 8th rank assassin. Following that, the work here was naturally taken over by the assassins. What shocked Long Houchin was that among the 300 assassins that appeared here, there were actually more than 20 stage 8 assassins, and the rest were all stage 7 assassins. This was the most elite force of the Assassin Temple, the Hidden Chivalry Hall. The Hidden Chivalry Hall had a total of 36 hidden chivalry assassins, as well as a group of chivalry assassins. This time, it was clear that they had sent out all their elites. Soon, information from all sides was gathered, confirming Long Houchin's words. The hidden chivalry assassin who had talked with Long Houchin before spoke with Long Houchin again had a completely different expression. "Young monster hunters captain, you are the heroes of the Alliance, as well as the heroes of our Exorcist Mountain Pass. On behalf of the millions of soldiers and civilians of the Exorcist Mountain Pass, I thank you." While speaking, he respectfully saluted Long Houchin. Long Houchin hastily returned the salute. "Respected hidden chivalry assassin, this is what we should do." The hidden chivalry assassin smiled. I am the fourth hidden chivalry assassin. I am the commander of this operation. I originally thought that it would be a tough battle, but I didn't expect that it would only be the finishing touches. I will truthfully report your merits to the higher-ups. However, we must hurry back to the Exorcist Mountain Pass as soon as possible. Oh, right. I still haven't asked for your name. Long Houchin said, I am the commander of Monster Hunt 64, Long Houchin. Commander? The fourth hidden chivalry assassin was shocked. Commander Monster Hunters actually had an Earth-forbidden spell scroll? Even demon hunt squads would need at least 1 million contribution points to purchase such a thing. Moreover, how could a demon hunter at the commander level be able to activate an Earth-forbidden spell scroll? However, his shock had yet to come. He suddenly realized the name Long Houchin said. You are Long Houchin? This time, the calm hidden chivalry assassin's voice changed a bit. Long Houchin nodded, puzzled. Yes, you have heard of me? In his opinion, it should be because of his relationship with Kai, or that this fourth hidden chivalry assassin had heard of him. However, there was no need for him to be so surprised. Of course I have heard of you. Your name is simply like a thunderclap piercing my ears. So it's you. No wonder. Listening to his words, Long Houchin was somewhat puzzled. Without waiting for him to ask, the fourth hidden chivalry assassin impatiently said, This won't do. You must quickly leave with me. We must immediately fly back to the Exorcist Mountain Pass. Senior, you are. Long Houchin looked at him with great puzzlement. The others were also the same. This fourth hidden chivalry assassin's excitement was somewhat abnormal. The fourth hidden chivalry assassin said in a deep voice, Follow me first. I will explain it to you on the way. You're finally back. Next, he ordered the other assassins to immediately return to the Alliance, while he took Long Houchin's group of 7 to leave. He unfolded his spiritual wings and directly flew towards the Exorcist Mountain Pass. Senior, can you tell me what happened now? Flying in the air, Long Houchin once again asked the fourth hidden chivalry assassin. Seeing the 4 spiritual wings on Long Houchin's back, the fourth hidden chivalry assassin was once again startled. This youngster was really blessed by the heavens. No wonder the demon army has besieged the city. Since you have returned from there, you should know about it. The fourth hidden chivalry assassin said. Long Houchin nodded and said, We have seen it. This time, the demons have come menacingly, and the troops they have gathered are quite considerable. That is why we took a detour to this side and crossed the mountain to return. We just happened to run into the God Emperor's 2nd Legion. The fourth hidden chivalry assassin said, The same situation is not only happening in the Exorcist Mountain Pass, but also in every important checkpoint of the Alliance. The demons have mobilized the majority of their troops to launch a holy war against the Alliance. Although Long Houchin had already guessed the intensity of this war, he did not expect it to be to this degree. A holy war was a terrifying war that would not end until one side was dead. This was a collision between 2 races that would go all out. But the demons had not launched such a war for at least 2,000 years. Could it be that they had gone mad? The fourth hidden chivalry assassin looked at Long Houchin with a profound gaze and said, Do you know why there's this holy war? Long Houchin shook his head. How could he guess? The fourth hidden chivalry assassin said, The demons came very suddenly. About half a month ago, the demon army began to gather at the border of the strongholds, but they did not attack. The Alliance quickly responded, mobilizing the troops inland and sending all the reserve troops. At the same time, a large number of civilians were called to prepare for a response. The demon emperor Feng Xiao ordered people to send the Book of Holy War. He made a request. If we can fulfill this request, then he will immediately withdraw his troops. Otherwise, he will launch a holy war with tens of millions of troops that will spread to the entire border. What request did he make? The demon's sudden outburst not only confused Long Houchin, but also filled him with shock and a thirst for knowledge. The fourth hidden chivalry assassin took a deep breath and said word by word, "Because of you." "What? Me? Are you sure?" When Long Houchin heard this answer, the first thing he felt was inconceivable. The second thing he felt was still inconceivable. How is this possible? Even if I escaped from a bow and caused a lot of trouble for the demons, every monster hunter is doing the same. Is there a need for the demon emperor to make a big fuss over a minor issue and start a holy war just for me? The fourth hidden chivalry assassin smiled bitterly. No one understands why the demon emperor did this. However, this is his reason. He wants the alliance to hand you over. Otherwise, he will start a holy war. This is his only request. It was not only Long Houchin who had a strange expression on his face. How could his companions not be the same? A holy war that concerned the survival of the demons and humans was actually started because of Long Houchin. This reason was too incomprehensible. Sima Xian couldn't help but say, "Is it because the demon emperor knows that we destroyed a demon god pillar?" However, the news can't be that fast. Even if he knew, he shouldn't have reacted so early. What did you say? You destroyed a demon god pillar? The fourth hidden chivalry assassin felt that his heart's endurance was starting to drop. He felt that his worldview was starting to have problems. Such a commander-grade demon hunt squad was able to destroy a demon god pillar? How is this possible? How is this possible? Long Houchin was also completely confused at this time. He immediately denied Sima Xian's statement and said, "It can't be because of this. No matter how hasty it is to start a holy war, the demons would still need a month's time. At that time, we were still in Great Jock City. Is the demon emperor crazy?" At this time, his heart was a little confused. He also didn't understand why the demon emperor did this. He also didn't understand why he had inexplicably become the demon emperor's target. Moreover, it was at the cost of a holy war. Kai suddenly said, "Then did the alliance agree to the demon emperor's conditions?" She, who had been confused after losing her memory, suddenly asked such a crucial question. The others immediately became vigilant. Yes, did the alliance agree to the demon emperor's conditions? After all, no matter how talented Long Houchin was, he was only one person. And if the demons started such a holy war, it would lead to the destruction of the people. It was not impossible for the alliance to give up on Long Houchin. It was only because Long Houchin didn't return that he confronted the demons. If that was really the case, then now everyone looked at each other and couldn't help but feel a strong sense of worry. The eyes of the General Class Monster Hunt 64 team were also focused on the fourth hidden chivalry, waiting for his answer.